Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Good morning. Ashas, if you can assist us at the back, we are about to begin. Thank you very much, and welcome again to the second day of the program, the National Dialogue on the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We welcome all the guests and the delegates here, all the facilitators and the speakers that will be assisting us. May I request that we do video 2 and 3 of the clip that we couldn't complete yesterday as delegates settle themselves in. Ushers at the back, please assist us helping with the delegates to their seats. Video 2 and 3 ready? We can proceed. Sure.
The 1960s, Ghana, Rwanda, Uganda, Botswana, Lesotho. The flames of independence from colonial rule spread. But in South Africa, liberation movements were smothered. As the prisons filled, the next generation rose with pens, with fists, to fight for freedom and dismantle apartheid. The spirit of black consciousness grew across the land. Freedom was coming. It whispered and it howled. 100,000 workers thronged the streets of Durban. The classrooms caught fire as the youth movement spread through universities and schools. No more to second-class Bantu education, no more. The students took their fight to the streets. They met bullets. They fell. The Black Consciousness Movement's leader had his life snuffed out by the police while in captivity. His light would shine long after his death. Activists continued to go into exile to seek the safety of allied states, to wage the struggle for freedom. The black majority were told to exercise their rights in the Bantustans, small pockets of inferior land. Apartheid leaders invited colored and Indian South Africans to create their own separate chambers in parliament, with the whites still in control. From churches to trade unions, the struggle found a new umbrella: the United Democratic Front. The world's outrage against apartheid grew. Boycotts were imposed. The state of emergency. Troops entered the townships. A nation at war. Secret meetings began between the prisoner 4664 and the government officials. But he refused the terms for his release even after 21 years in jail. The ANC president in exile called for ungovernability at home. Siyainyofa! At the same time, they set up a committee in Lusaka to create a constitutional vision for a democratic country. This process led to the Harare Declaration, which was adopted by the Organization of African Unity. It demanded the release of all political prisoners, the return of exiles, and the right to free political activity for all. The resistance was now an unstoppable fire. But even then, it would not be easy.
Thank you very much. So our program is structured this way today. We'll have this plenary session, which will run until 10:30 when we break for tea. When we come back from tea, we won't come back to the plenary. We'll go straight to the breakaway rooms. There might be a little bit of confusion, but the information we have is we have I think we have 4 breakaway rooms. Panel A, which is on fighting corruption as a constitutional imperative, will take place at the restaurant. And I think that's a breakaway room that is downstairs, just one step down from where we are. Panel 4B, progressive realization of socio-economic rights, will be in Hall 1. Hall 1, I take it that is downstairs as well. And panel 4C, building an effective system of traditional leadership within our constitutional framework, will be in Hall 2. So those halls will be marked as well, and there will be colleagues from the department who will assist with ushering. And those panels will take us to lunch. So when we come back from lunch, that will be for 1330 to 1500. It will be 3 panels again, which will more or less, the A's will remain in the same hall, the B's will remain in the same halls, the C's will remain in the same hall. So in other words, where 4C is taking place, which is Hall 2, that's where panel 5C will take place, and that's where panel 6C will take place. However, the participants obviously will move from one hall to the other based on interest. So it doesn't mean that if you attend panel 4A, you have to remain throughout the day in the same hall because your interest might be in another subject matter. And herein lies the challenge as well, and we made a plea yesterday that we shouldn't all of us be in the same hall. I will imagine fighting corruption as a constitutional imperative is the most attractive subject that many of us may wish to attend, but we need the other panels to be functional as well. So one proposal is that at the least we spread across. I've seen a good number of members of the judiciary here, the judiciary officers, and other institutions. So for example, if we come from the University of Witwatersrand, it may be advisable that we spread ourselves across the different panels than to be in one panel. But without wasting much time, I'll suggest we move straight to the first panel of the day, which is the effectiveness of the legislature in advancing constitutional democracy. That panel, we have the facilitator, Mr. Ibrahim Fakir, who is a senior manager at OWAL, and we'll have the panelists there, Dr. Matole Muchecha, the chairperson of the Constitutional Review Committee, and we have Dr. Musibudi Mangena, who is a board member of MISTRA, and we have Dr. Y.A. Omar, who is a director of operation at MISTRA. May I therefore request the facilitator to ascend to the stage with the panelists, and we kickstart the day. Thank you very much.
I'll give him mic number 1. Yeah, why don't you hold, this one, and when you sit down, I'll put it on your chair. All right. Yeah, so far there's no one online. Nobody's online. This is the people who are watching online. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see such a large hall. Considering the caliber of guests, and especially considering the caliber of my panel, I feel a little bit like an imposter. But nevertheless, I think we'll press on ahead. I see Mr. Abba Omar, Ambassador Abba Omar, doesn't appear to be here yet, probably held up a little bit, but I'm sure he'll join us. And if not, we still have two very able gentlemen, and I note that this is a panel of men, unfortunately. But nevertheless, I'm sure we'll make up for that when it comes to discussion and so on. Regardless, I think let's press on ahead. You will see the two panelists on the stage. I am Ibrahim Fakir. I am going to facilitate the session. And the two gentlemen that will be on this panel will be Dr. Matole Motshekga, who, as you know and have heard, is the co-chair of the Constitutional Review Committee at Parliament. He was the second premier of the Gauteng province post-1994. He has been on the ANC's National Executive Committee and has been in Parliament, has chaired committees, has been a chief whip, and of course also a cultural theorist. He's a legal scholar, has a PhD in law and an LLM from Harvard University. So welcome, Dr. Motshekga. The other panelist, equally accomplished, is Dr. Mosibudi Mangena, former president of the Azanian People's Organization, AZAPO, former representative of the Black Consciousness Movement, the South African Students Organization, SASO, and the Black Consciousness Movement leader in Botswana, but also former Minister for Science and Technology and a deputy minister before that. He was recalled from his position after President Mbeki resigned by his organization, the Azanian People's Organization, and Dr. Mosibudi Mangena has a master's degree in applied mathematics. So welcome, Dr. Mangena. As you're both aware, we have both of these men have illustrious credentials. Both of them have served on either side of the divide of the institution that we're talking about now. One as a minister, the other as a member of parliament and a leader of a political party in parliament. But what can we say about the role of parliament in advancing the constitutional vision? What role has parliament played? And there's just a little bit of data. Yesterday, Professor Sibanda mentioned something about the Afrobarometer. And I want to just go back for a moment to the Afrobarometer. And the Afrobarometer data suggests, a very reliable survey, by the way, which suggests that public perceptions of parliament is at an all-time low. Relatively less than a third of South Africans have full confidence in parliament as an institution. The number is at 27%. Of the political parties that constitute parliament, because parliament doesn't appear in a vacuum, parliament is constituted by political parties. And the governing party has a confidence level of 26%. Opposition parties, 24%. So it's pretty woeful, just in terms of public perception. And if you think public perception is not a reliable indicator, look at rates of participation in elections. There are more people who simply don't register to vote, and those who register but simply don't turn out to vote outnumber the number of people who vote for the majority party. That really introduces a real crisis of credibility, not just for the party, but for the parties that constitute the institution of parliament. There's also sort of perceptions and suggestions that there's a whole range of court cases which would not, in fact, have happened had parliament played its role, particularly its oversight role. Of course, the parliament's role in lawmaking, in repealing apartheid legislation, in passing transformative legislation, has in fact been very good. But parliament's oversight role, some people would argue, has been woeful, that the oversight over the executive arm of government has not led to the transformative potential that South Africa has. It has not in any way advanced a redistributionary agenda. simply because Parliament has not conducted oversight over the executive arm of government or the implementing arm of government. And in fact, Parliament has not played its role in restraining and constraining the abuse of executive office and executive power. That is a contention that can very easily be made, and in some cases it is argued that perhaps even the Zondo Commission may not have been required had Parliament played its role. So that's the framing of where we are in terms of the institution of Parliament. Of course, people will differ with that view, and I'm hoping that the two gentlemen will in fact do so. The way in which we will proceed is that each of them will have a few minutes, roughly about 7 minutes, to make some opening remarks, and then we will continue with having a panel discussion and hopefully have a little bit of time to open for the floor. Dr. Motshekga, if I may allow you to come up first, thank you. Or you could carry on from where you are.
Program Director, fellow panelists, and distinguished participants. What emerged from the first and second panels yesterday is that we do not have a capable state which can deliver quality services to the people. There are even suggestions that the state is dysfunctional or is a failed state. With due respect to these perceptions, they come from our failure or neglect to look at the situation holistically. I was a member of the Constitutional Committee of the ANC, established in 1986, led by Jack Sampson, and the ANC Department of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, DLCA, led by Dr. Zola Skweyiya, which initiated the development of South African constitutionalism in January 1986. President O.R. Tambo initiated the process to counter the initiative of the apartheid regime, the US and the UK, to develop a constitution based on group rights and which they sought to impose on South Africa. The ANC concept of constitutionalism was rooted in the right to self-determination of all the people of South Africa, both black and white. The right of self-determination has three legs. They are political, social, and economic freedom. The ANC was aware that in the 1960s, when European imperialist powers could not stop the decolonization process, they issued the colonies with constitutions and bills of rights which granted them political freedom without social and economic freedom. The ANC insisted on a homegrown constitution to prevent the apartheid regime and its imperialist allies from imposing a constitution as they did with other African countries in the 1960s. The ANC won the support of the AU and the international community for a homegrown constitution. The question which arises is whether or not the ANC succeeded to achieve all three legs of the right to self-determination, namely political, social, and economic freedom. We can only find an answer to this question if we look at the genesis of the South African Constitution and the Constitution itself. During the 1980s and early 1990s, there were two contending constitutional options. There were the revolutionary or people's and the liberal constitutional options. The ANC advocated the revolutionary option, which would transfer power to the people, whilst the apartheid regime and the liberal establishment advocated the liberal constitutional option, which placed human or individual rights above people's rights. The revolutionary or people's constitutionalism had already found expression in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. During the negotiations, President Mandela appointed liberal lawyers who defended him during the Rivonia treason case as principal advisors. Thus, liberal constitutionalism prevailed over revolutionary or people's constitutionalism. Consequently, the 1994 democratic breakthrough granted us political without social and economic power. Hence, President Mandela said that in 1994, we achieved the political freedom to free ourselves from social and economic slavery. It is against this background that we must reflect on the effectiveness or otherwise of the legislature to promote constitutional democracy. My thesis here is that Parliament has failed or neglected to discharge its duty of using political freedom to promote social and economic freedom. Parliament was cut out to discharge this responsibility because it is not only a custodian of the constitutional values, but it is also responsible for the realization of these values through legislative measures. Besides, Parliament is a forum for the consideration of national issues and a mechanism for oversight over the executive and its legal entities. I have been in Parliament since 2009, and I also acted as the chief whip of the majority party. I can testify that the multi-party system is being used to derail Parliament. The majority of these parties, including official oppositions, do not and still do not understand the doctrine of separation of powers and the electoral process. They seek to use Parliament to usurp its powers for the judiciary. That's why most of the time, government and Parliament spend time in court and spend resources belonging to the people to defend themselves against the opposition parties. So that Parliament has become a forum for opposition parties to derail the implementation of the revolutionary program of the ruling party. Their principal object is to use their freedom of speech to decampaign the ruling party for the next elections through spurious motions of no confidence against presidents and speakers of parliament. They also use portfolio committees and parliamentary debates to decampaign the ruling party rather than advance and promote constitutional democracy. Just yesterday, there was a motion of no confidence against the speaker. There was a motion for the establishment of an ad hoc committee on the Palapala saga. If you calculate the millions that were used to get the sitting of yesterday, which was aimed at nothing else but a campaign against the ruling party, you can see that Parliament is no longer serving the purpose for which it was established. It is actually being abused by these opposition parties. I was part of the ANC in 1986. We are the people that developed the idea of the Bill of Rights and its content. We developed the idea of the multi-party system. But the multi-party system that we have in South Africa is not the multi-party system that applies anywhere in the world. In America, they have only two parties for the past 300 years. In the UK, they have only two parties in the past 200 years. But in South Africa, there are parties which were established by people whose purpose is to become members of parliament so that they can earn a salary. They have no vision about the people's struggles. They don't know why we waged a struggle for 100 years, because the struggle was to free our people so that they can enjoy political, social, and economic freedom. But today, because of this multiplicity of minority parties who have no vision, the country is not able to move forward. So it is not the constitution that is failing. It is not government that is failing. The government is being failed by people who are in parliament for their stomachs and not in the interest of the people of South Africa. Now, I want to say that let's look at the preamble of this constitution. It is very clear. The preamble says that we must address the injustices of the past. Parliament has a responsibility to interpret the Constitution and tell the people of South Africa what are the injustices of the past. There is no greatest injustice of the past than the colonial conquest and the violent dispossession of the land and natural resources from the indigenous people of this country. And if there's a national issue that Parliament must address first and foremost, is spell out this historical injustice and come up with a legislative program to address it. But this Parliament has not been able to do this from 2009 because of these opposition parties. And now, what are the consequences of this failure to address the historical injustices? It is poverty, the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. And what are the consequences of this? You have deepening moral degeneration and social ills, racism, patriarchy, xenophobia, gender-based violence, and femicide. Now, when will Parliament have an opportunity to address the triple challenge if it is kept busy by these spurious motions, the spurious motions of no confidence? Now, lastly, we also have a question of the language. The language is about the soul of the people. If you look at the Constitution, it recognizes the 9 indigenous languages, but there are many others like Kilobedu or Kilozi of the Mujaji dynasty. There is also the question of Isipondo. There is a question of Spulana. But the Constitution lists Portuguese, German, Hindi, Gujarati, and all languages which are not indigenous. But the indigenous ones are not mentioned. Why is Parliament keeping quiet if it is fit for purpose? Just give me 1 minute just to conclude by saying that the central issue in the Constitution is the worth and dignity of the African people in particular, who were denied the same by British and Dutch colonialism. But now, the land reform is not proceeding because the people who stole the land from the indigenous people are, right now as I'm speaking, evicting millions of people from the farms that they stole. And when government wants to intervene, they say government must pay compensation. How do you compensate the thief for stealing the property from you? How do you do that? So I think that if this Parliament is serious, and if these parties in Parliament are serious, they have to work together to make sure that we amend, if not abolish, Section 25 so that our people can have access to land and natural resources, because that is the solution to the triple challenge of poverty and inequality. Lastly, Chairperson, how can you have a democratic constitution saying that those who lost land before 1913 cannot get it back? Because by 1910, indigenous Africans only had 7% of the land. So if you say there's a cut-off date of 1913, you are meaning that African people should only claim land from 13% of the country, which is nonsensical. But the fault is not that of the Constitution. It is the fault of Parliament, because Section 25, properly read, does not prevent Parliament from enacting legislation which will give access to land and mineral resources to our people. So Parliament has got to do things differently. I want to steal the idea of the DG, who said that actually the Constitutional Review Committee should be restructured. And then that committee can be a platform for transformative constitutionalism. And I'm really going to talk to the DG further so that he can elaborate on that, because I think that Constitutional Review Committee is not being utilized, and it is the best means that can help us to change this situation which leaves our people poor, unemployed, and unequal. I thank you, and I apologize for my disobeying the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sticking almost to time, Dr. Motshekga. Almost to time. But before I get Dr. Mangena, I want to just pose a very quick question for you and to you for when we convene as a panel. Did I hear you right to say that you said Parliament failed? Am I right? Yes. Okay. But the composition of Parliament is that the party you are a leader of controls the Parliament. You have successive majorities in that Parliament. So notwithstanding perhaps spurious motions of no confidence, I'm not sure it's the motions of no confidence which have retarded the executive's ability to deliver on textbooks, reducing pit latrines, ensuring that there's no state capture and corruption or malevolent state capture, etc. But that's a question for the panel. Dr. Mangena, perhaps you may want to respond to some of these things, but we will have a chance to get back to some of them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ibrahim. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sometime in my other life, I visited Hungary and had an opportunity to engage with academics at the University of Budapest. I think that was as it was called. And over dinner one evening, I asked them, because I've got this socialist band, I asked them why they abandoned socialism for capitalism. They said a lot of things, but one of them said something that remains with me. He says, you know, Marxism reads very well. It writes very well. It speaks very well, but it doesn't implement well. And that is the reason why they ended up where they were. So it reminds me of us as South Africans, that we conference very well and speak very well and produce good documents at well-articulated positions, but we don't implement well. And perhaps that's why the capacity of the South African state over time progressively has been weakening. It is not able to deliver services to society as it should. And Parliament, as a third component of the state, cannot escape this perception and this weakness in this capacity to deliver. But there's no doubt that our Parliament is legitimate and is legal. Elections are held regularly. every 4 years or whatever, 5 years or whatever. And so the members of parliament who are sitting there making laws for us are legitimate and they are legal. And that legitimacy might be doubted progressively though. As we heard from the chair, the numbers of citizens who are voting every year is declining. And we cannot be proud, and Parliament cannot be proud of its legitimacy if the citizens are turning their backs towards it, if citizens are apathetic, if they are, they've got a negative attitude towards Parliament. And so this is a matter that needs to be looked at. Perhaps the reasons are related to this capacity of the state as a whole in delivering services to the population. So at a formal level, our parliament is functional, and it has been doing what it's supposed to do, that is passing laws and playing an oversight role over the executive. That is at a formal level. And the laws that Parliament has passed have been legal and constitutional. Parliament has never passed laws that are anti the Constitution, and whenever they did, and the courts brought them into line, Parliament has never defied the courts, and it has always corrected its mistakes in as far as that is concerned. But Parliament is, in my opinion, the weakest of the three arms of the state, that is the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, and largely due to its own doing or what it didn't do. And I'll mention only three things why this is so. The first is litigation. There is too much litigation relating to Parliament. Every now and then there are cases in the courts relating mainly to procedural matters or rulings by presiding officers. Well, the three legs of the state are equal, and they are supposed to be autonomous, but they are not completely independent of one another, the sense in which they meet every now and then. But if one element of the state is seen to be incapable of running its affairs competently, fairly, and so on, it invites interference by the other legs of the state. And it is accepted that every now and then we might have litigation, but this procession of members of Parliament or parties taking their own institution, that is Parliament, to court, weakens the Parliament. And I think this is a matter that Parliament needs to look at, so that it can run its affairs in an autonomous, fair, and competent manner without unnecessary interference by the other arms of the state. And in particular, there is a fear that the judiciary might be overreaching, or it might be doing more than it ought to do. But if it is invited by the others, it has no option but to answer that call and play its role. And I imagine that this Parliament then needs to do something about this. Number two, in this weakening of Parliament, the oversight role of Parliament has been conceived to be timid, to be weak, and to be ineffective. So the executive in particular has simply ignored the many things that, or pronouncement that Parliament has made in as far as oversight role is concerned. We see a procession of government departments going to meet with the portfolio committees of the various departments to do oversight, listen to reports, to interrogate the processes that are taking place in those departments. But the wrongs that are observed and identified by Parliament are not corrected by the executive. It's simply ignored. We have seen, especially during the state capture period, this aspect came into sharper relief, where we saw the Parliament, when wrongdoing is presented to it, it mounted spirited defense of the executive even when it was not required. I'm saying many of us have seen people sweating as they were trying to explain and make us understand what a water pool is. And of course that really did this is fire pool or firework, or whatever it was. I can't remember. I think it was the first time I heard of a term like that. It's completely inexplicable. The Auditor General presents a report, and most of them damning, especially relating to state-owned enterprises and municipalities. The vast majority of our municipalities are dysfunctional and completely ineffective and are unable to deliver services to the people. And apart from the Auditor General, there is the Public Protector, who occasionally presented reports to Parliament that were simply brushed aside. And the SOEs, we are not talking about load shedding, about South African Airways that is no longer funded, the SABC, DNL, and so on. The portfolio committees scrutinize the financial matters relating to these, and they sometimes called the officials that present this report, but nothing has happened until this Zondo Commission came, and of course the Public Protector, the previous one that is, presented some reports that initiated the Zondo Commission, and then the debt, the rot that visits our country came out. But Parliament cannot claim not to have known about these things, because SCOPA and the Auditor General and everybody have been presenting reports to them, and they did nothing about it. We understand that there is a duty for especially the majority party to defend its record in government and those that it has deployed in government. But in the majority of cases, it has gone too far to the extent that it has weakened the capacity, legitimacy, and authenticity of Parliament, bringing down its dignity and prestige and effectiveness. The last 2 minutes. The last factor is the chaotic nature of the proceedings in Parliament, especially of late. The violence, the insults, and the mayhem that we have seen. It might be entertaining to some, but it is certainly not something that advances the constitutional democracy in our country. Yes, Parliament must be vibrant, and there must be contestation and so on, but it doesn't mean that it has got to be what it is now. Parliament is supposed to not only advance democracy in its own internal activities, but it must set a tone in the entire nation expecting that in a democracy there will be contestation by different roles, parts of society, that is the workers, the students, youth, women, and so on. They will contest and they will promote their interests and so on. But it must be done within a democratic dispensation without insults and intimidation and so forth. So why should society behave like that if members of parliament who are making the laws seem to be allergic to rules themselves? A woman told me once that her daughter refers to parliament, our parliament, as grade 9C. Now, apparently grade 9C in her class was the most ungovernable, unruly, and unmanageable. No, very little education was taking place in as far as grade 9C is concerned. So it's that's what it is. If for this young girl to refer to our parliament in that fashion, we should sit up and listen. Yes, to conclude, Chair, Parliament at a formal level has been doing its duty, going through the motions of making laws and doing oversight, but it needs to be much better in terms of improving its own governance and in terms of reducing litigation and, of course, improving its own decorum so that there is more light and that it's educative and the citizens understand why certain things have got to happen, not that it's a place where the one with the loudest mouth and the worst insults gets their way. Chair, that's on Robben Island, when we were prisoners there, there was a warder who used to insult prisoners. And one of the prisoners tried to insult him back, but he was doing it in Afrikaans, you see. And Afrikaans is very good, you know, in terms of insults. So they went toe to toe, and he was insulting in English. You don't. And he ended up going, while the Afrikaner, the water was going on. You know, your master, what, wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more round of applause to our panelists. Dr. Mangena, if I may start with you. When you were a minister, did you feel afraid of Parliament at all?
No. In the majority of cases, the Parliament changed nothing. You will remember I was a member of Parliament first, before I became a minister. In the majority of cases, there were debates and so on, but in my capacity as a minister and therefore had Parliament doing oversight over our work in science and technology, we never had to change anything because in the majority of cases, there was not sufficient critique and contestation that required that we should be afraid of Parliament.
Dr. Motshekga, why are ministers not afraid of Parliament? You just heard of a minister telling you that Parliament's timid. In fact, I think if I can paraphrase Dr. Mangena, and he'll forgive me if I do, but basically he said Parliament's useless. Ministers don't fear it. Why?
You know, I believe when we look at an issue, we have to look at it from both sides. Parliament has multi-party portfolio committees, and the portfolio committees forget one thing, that ministers belong to the executive branch of government. They must implement the laws that Parliament is passing. They must make sure that there is delivery in terms of those laws. But these portfolio committees, or the opposition in the portfolio committees, are interested in getting ministers week after week down to Parliament. And these ministers hardly have time to even do their work because they must go to Parliament to account to people whose main aim is not actually accountability of ministers. The aim is to derail government at the expense of the will of the people who gave government a mandate to rule. So it reaches a point where some ministers say, to hell, we can't be listening to these people who don't know what they want from us. Thank you.
But the question then is, how is that possible if the majority of every portfolio committee is made up by the governing party? And we know that oversight is not just punitive, it is also remedial. And even when there's remedial measures which have been suggested to ministers and departments, very little happens. Is the majority party not interested in the remedial action?
How can the majority party do what it legitimately has to do when you have hooligans inside Parliament, in the portfolio committees, who specialize in insults, who specialize in violence, and that is what is bringing Parliament into disrepute, and that's why there is a decline in voter support, because this Parliament has become a forum for hooliganism.
But there is also a problem of capacity on the part of parliamentarians who are in portfolio committees and who might not sufficiently understand the issues at work. One sometimes pities, especially professionals in state-owned enterprises, say South African Airways or Eskom and so on. They will go there every now and then, go to fly down to Cape Town, probably to go and talk to people who have never run an airline before, have never run a business and so on. And they must go and explain to them how to run an airline and how to run a power capacity, that thing. So I pity them sometimes, so that they've got to do this. So it's the issues of capacity need to be looked at, and the part of members of Parliament who have got to do oversight over departments, but particularly SOEs and entities.
But is it really just capacity, or is it political will? Because if I take both of what you and Dr. Motshekga says, if I take what Dr. Motshekga says to its logical conclusion, it almost appears as if it's the opposition parties which facilitated state capture, because you're saying they come to portfolio committees just to be disruptive, to ask spurious questions, to waste the time of ministers. So in effect, what you're telling me is that because of them, we had state capture, because the parliamentary committees weren't doing the oversight that they're supposed to.
No, it's far from what I'm saying. You see, I chaired several portfolio committees. You invite the executive to come and account to you, but you don't sit in their computers, you don't sit in their meetings. Now, when they come to you, they give you half story. And when they give you half story, how do you get the other half? Because they left the other half in their offices. As a result, if you have ministers who are actually puppets of a sitting president, like what happened during the state capture, then you find that these puppet ministers hide information from Parliament, and therefore Parliament is not able to take the right decision. For instance, you know, when I was chairing the Justice Committee, I got a hint that there was something wrong relating to state capture. And the Auditor General suggested to me that something must be done. But how do I do something when I don't have a full picture? So those are the, you know, the institutional problems that weakened Parliament. And I'm happy that Justice Zondo has actually pointed the way as to how these matters should be dealt with. And I'm looking forward to all of us putting our heads together and addressing these challenges which were not foreseen at that time.
Do you want to perhaps say something about that?
No, I think there is a sense in which parliamentarians close ranks along party lines in Parliament. And I suspect that this is the main reason why we had state capture. Because as we had indicated, you had indicated, the portfolio committees, the majority of the members of those portfolio committees belong to the governing party. And as I say, in the majority of cases, they are not ignorant of what is taking place in the departments. And there are reports that are given, especially by the Auditor General and others, which gives a sense of what is happening. State capture concentrated on SOEs in particular. And that's where the rot was happening, where the stealing and the looting was happening. And Parliament was not unaware of that. Maybe there is something wrong with the architecture of the three arms of the state. When I got to what is it that Parliament, apart from scolding and saying this is wrong, what else can Parliament do? We probably need to give Parliament some teeth to do something concrete if they discover that there is wrongdoing and the executive in particular is not responsive.
But the question, though, is doesn't Section 55 give that power to Parliament? Because it says very explicitly what the powers and functions of Parliament are. And you yourself said that, well, when you were a minister, you didn't feel afraid of Parliament. You didn't feel that you were subservient to Parliament. In fact, ministers often feel that they are superior to Parliament. And you've hinted at the fact that people close party ranks and therefore they pursue the party interest. Is it true to suggest that the Parliament and the parties that make up Parliament, Dr. Motshekga, are insular, they are parochial, they are inward-looking, and both of you hinted to the fact that if you had stronger MPs, you may have slightly more independence. Without preempting a discussion that will take place tomorrow on electoral reform, do you think electoral reform can strengthen our Parliament and advance Parliament's constitutional role?
We have debated the question of electoral system.
Just by the way, the Parliament missed 2 constitutional court deadlines to discuss this electoral reform bill. Just by the way, as a footnote.
You know, we have debated the electoral system from 1986 in the ANC. And we consciously adopted the current system because we didn't want Parliament to be dominated by the African majority, leaving out the other sections of the population. So it was a conscious decision. But Van Zyl Slabbert came with the proposals with the Mtwana Kapingangene to say, let's change the system. We said, no, we need to study this history. But now we have been overtaken by the judiciary, pushing us to change the system. We have missed the deadlines, it's true. But you see, that means now the judiciary is forcing us to take decisions which are supposed to be political. Because I would have said that we must go to the people and ask the people what do they prepare. Because parliament must be based on the will of the people, not the will of the judiciary. And similarly with the question of land. When we have an impasse in parliament because of a coalition of unholy opposition parties, we should have gone for a referendum to ask the people of South Africa, what do they want us to do with the question of the land? But now we are judicializing politics, and then we are pushing the courts to usurp political power. So that's why some people come to the conclusion that this constitution is not working. It's not the constitution, it's misinterpretations of the constitution by some elements in parliament. Thank you.
Well, I do not think that it might help, but I don't think that the changing of the electoral system will by itself remedy the situation. I mean, there are countries where it is first past the post, but people are not being governed properly. And so, in my view, in addition to other mechanisms that we might adopt, there is a need for a change of mindset, that we don't love our people and our country enough, and those that are in parliament or in office don't have sufficient desire to do the right thing, to serve people. You know, when you don't have a conscience and you just do the wrong things unless you are arrested. You know, most of us go about, we drive properly on the road, not because we are afraid of the police or so on, but because the right thing to do is to drive properly, you know. So if you are a member of parliament or you are in the executive and so forth, you've got to have the desire and the will to do right by the people. Not so much because you are compelled by a law or by a constitution to serve the people.
Sorry, can I just say that change of mindset does not come from heaven like manna. I think Comrade Vali Musa said yesterday that there must be education on the Constitution. It is not there. During the 80s, working underground, we were able to educate the people on the political changes, on the Bill of Rights, and all these things. But today we have power, we have resources. We must do what Comrade Vali Musa was saying. We must educate our people on the Constitution, because an educated electorate will be able to hold government accountable. But at the moment, it's all guesswork. The noisemakers are the ones who are now prevailing. The demagogues are the ones that are prevailing because we don't educate. So I think that we have a very progressive DG. He will ensure that there is constitutional literacy. I'm happy that Professor Zala is still here. So I think we have enough brains that can come up with a constitutional literacy program to take our people on board.
Okay, before I open up to the floor, because we'll have half an hour, I just have two very quick questions. You know, the founding provisions of the Constitution says that you want government because it must be accountable, responsive, and open. I'll just repeat that. Accountable, responsive, and open. And responsiveness is the critical word I'm looking for here. Dr. Motshekga was talking about debating the electoral system and electoral reform for close on 3 decades. In Parliament, you said at the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission report, which was 2002. So that's still 2 decades. in 2 decades, the Parliament has literally been unresponsive on that particular issue. And now the claim is that we're being led by the judiciary, when in fact, there's been very little responsiveness over 2 decades. And this lack of responsiveness characterizes everything to move away from state capture. You can talk about the delivery of textbooks. You can talk about the reform in public health care. You can talk about the reform in the public service. That Parliament is meant to take the lead on all of these things, but its responsiveness on basic issues of service delivery, which are actually transformative and redistributive in society, has been weak because of the failure of Parliament. And the failure of Parliament, secondly, comes about because there is a fusion of the majority party with Parliament, and the majority party uses its majority to simply shield the executive and to push through decisions which are actually counterproductive to transformation. Is that a valid contention to both of you?
Yes, I think it's a valid assumption or conclusion that Parliament has not played its role in as far as oversight is concerned. Parliament has listened to reports about whether or not books are delivered, or whether or not the eradication of pit toilets in the schools, in the villages is happening or not. And so Parliament ought to lead that kind of, it doesn't have to wait for Section 27 to take it to court, to say deliver books to our schools. I was talking about mindset. You know, to have a situation where as a people, we need courts to force us to deliver books to our own children. It's farcical, it's strange, it's funny, but that's not what we are doing. So we don't care. There's no mindset that to us that says we have got to take care of our children, make sure that they've got books, make sure that they don't fall into pit latrines and drown and die there. We've got to be ashamed. So if we are not responsive, we have all these kinds of things, the processions to the courts, to force us to do what we ordinarily have to do as a matter of course.
Program Director, accountability, responsiveness, and openness are the hallmarks of a constitutional democracy, which have to be observed to ensure that the will of the people prevails. So we cannot question that. But you see, we say for 2 decades, Parliament failed to address the question of non-arrival of the books at the schools. They don't know that there is a war between tenderpreneurs, where the one tender group will go and take the books in Limpopo, throw them into a river because the tender was not given to them. And that has nothing to do with the incapacity of government to deliver books. And the people who criticize government are the people who don't have the inside information. The inside information is that the failure to deliver books in Limpopo was not the failure of government, but the result of the war between tenderpreneurs.
But shouldn't Parliament then be addressing the regulatory system which allows for this to happen? And Parliament's responsive role and oversight role is to redirect the regulatory framework. But let me leave that question to the two of you for when we come back. I want to open up to the panel, and I see a couple hands. I did say that we had a panel of all men, so the first question has to go to a woman. The lights are very bright and I cannot actually see, so I'm gonna do the unorthodox thing and stand. Yes, ma'am. First question. So let's line up to the mic. I think there's speaking mics. So that's the first question. A second there on my extreme right, not ideologically speaking. Yes, ma'am. You're third. So I'm going to take 3.
Thank you very much. I'm actually facilitating a session tomorrow, so I didn't want to hog the space, but I can't help but become riled up. Dr. Motshekga, I have a lot of respect for you. Thank you very much for your insightful inputs, and Dr. Mangena. And of course, Ibrahim, one of my favorite guys in South Africa. As much as we have respect for the elders and elderly people, we need to not do certain things in this country. We need to not mislead ourselves and our children. The land restitution process that started in 1998, I have got evidence on both sides of my family, maternal and paternal, and community members I grew up with on a farm called Imefen in Nelspruit in Nasport in Mbombela. That was looted from the community after we applied for that land through the legal land restitution process. There were ANC people who interfered with that process, and BEE people, even on my mother's side of the family in Patterson, just 30 kilometers outside PE, same story. I have got families that I'm assisting, Bagangosi, Basematafeni, Naspoti, whose land was looted from them and fraudulently given to the Mdluli community or Mdluli family in light of fighting over tenders and ensuing expenditure that was supposed to come out of the municipality of Mbombela for the World Cup. I'm giving you these 3 practical examples because I know them, I live them, and I am actively involved in them. Why am I saying this, Dr. Motshekga? As the chairperson of the Constitutional Review Committee in Parliament, it's extremely irresponsible and reckless of you, and I really want to apologize in light of your age and my age. But I really need to appeal that we should not rile up the country towards violence. We do not aspire to be a Zimbabwe. We had a fellow Zimbabwean person here yesterday talking about how imperfect the South African Constitution is and that it needs to be decolonized, and that is not true. If it was true, we wouldn't have lasted 30 years without collapsing ourselves into corruption and the way, the country is basically being derailed from its natural trajectory. But please, Dr. Motshekga, I really, really am very emotional about this issue. We should not do that to our communities. Mr. Fakir was absolutely correct when he cited a study about the drop and the loss of confidence in both parliament and institutions of governance. And those are the real issues we should deal with. We should deal with the nepotism. We should deal with the issues that lead to the corruption in parliament. And we should by far not undermine the Constitutional Court. We have a ruling, which I'm going to preside over tomorrow in terms of the subject. We have a ruling that was issued by the Constitutional Court by Justice Madlanga on the 11th of June 2020, declaring the Electoral Act unconstitutional. And instead of rolling up our sleeves and doing the right work and even engaging the litigants, which is the New Nation movement, we have the chairperson of the Constitutional Review Committee undermining that judgment. When he knows for a fact, Dr. Motshekga, you know for a fact that the 1994 Electoral Act amendments that were allowed so that we could expedite elections because of the political pressure that the whole country was under was a temporary agreement, and that act was always unconstitutional. It's not the judges of the Constitutional Court that are against you and that are trying to tell Parliament what to do. Parliament is more than protected constitutionally to exercise its duty without nepotism, without corruption, without stealing from the people, and without lying to the people. Oversight is not being done in Parliament. You know it and I know it. I've been there. Oversight is not being done in Parliament, and Dr. Fakir is absolutely correct. The ministers are in charge of Parliament because of the corruption and the exchange of hands. People are exchanging 50,000 rand, 100,000 rand to vote for each other in Parliament. It must stop, and let's not do what we are doing now. This is our country. We've got nowhere else to go. We cannot be protecting the egos of people sitting on chairs while they are destroying our countries and our children need to run overseas looking for jobs like Zimbabweans are doing now. We are not going to allow the leadership of this country to do that and abuse us like that.
Mandisa, if you say I'm your favorite person, doesn't mean you're going to get extra time. Yes, ma'am. Second question.
I'm told. Okay. Thank you, sis. Thank you very much to the esteemed colleagues, and good morning, colleagues. I have a very basic question. Are we in a constitutional crisis? Because a bold statement has been made that okay. Thank you. Let me repeat. I have a main question. Are we in a constitutional crisis? Because a bold statement has been made that Parliament has failed, and on its failure, fingers have been pointed elsewhere. And the rationale of my question as well is born by what we have seen recently, particularly with reference to the Phala issue. Parliament made its own observation and was of the view that it was not competent enough to make an announcement. And it established an independent panel. And that panel did its investigation and presented its recommendations to Parliament. But Parliament voted against the recommendations of the very same panel that was established by Parliament because of its own competencies. After that, another constitutional body, the Office of the Public Protector, released its own preliminary findings that are at odds with the panel's recommendations. Hence my question on the constitutional crisis, because we have two constitutional bodies plus a constitutional process. So how do we link those processes to the foundational values of this country, which talks about upholding the rule of law? And one last aspect. The judiciary is always blamed for the pronouncement that it makes. The judiciary is the last line of defense, because whether the matter is political or otherwise, but when the matter is presented before the court, those questions that are brought before courts are translated into judicial ones. And those, they give judicial content to the political questions that are brought before the court. It's not a matter of a judicial overreach. Judiciary, I'm not defending you, but that is true. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, one last question. One last question. Very short, please.
Greetings to all the honored leaders that are here. All protocol is observed. I'm Bishop Bernard. I'm an executive council member for the Moral Regeneration Movement in the eThekwini region. I'm also involved and deployed in a steering committee member for the KwaZulu-Natal Christian Council. I also represent another constituency, which is the organization called the South African Christian Indian Indigenous Council. And I have just two two things that I want to say, looking at the beautiful colored pictures of the Constitution. And there were many constitutional terms were used here, and I don't have much time as I've been given a few minutes. I want to start by saying that everyone has a story to tell. Coming from KwaZulu-Natal, where we've had the trauma of the pandemic, many families lost their loved ones, and coming from a province where we've had the looting, the massacre, and then the flooding. So one can imagine how traumatized the religious sector have been affected and how traumatized we are. So two things I want to just talk about quickly. One is that the hate speech bill, when we talk of draft policies and draft amendments or whatever terminologies is being used on the professional level, I'm shaking my boots standing here this morning. I'm a preacher man. But draft policies or draft proposals, one was to do with the hate speech bill that is been drafted. I wrote something out that it is actually a blasphemous act against our Holy Bible. And as the custodians of democracy, we are fully aware that our Constitution requires provincial legislature to encourage public participation. And the clergy or the religious sector have been left out of this process of interacting with legislature. And the other one is, it's very important that I make mention of this. As faith-based institutions, we are concerned with the draft regulation that violates our constitutional rights as religious leaders, especially with the sole discretion to list something as a notifiable medical condition. I think we could understand and pick things up from there. Those are the two things that I have, sir.
Thank you.
And I'd like to give a submission in as well. Thank you.
Let me say that I don't believe in ageism, just as I don't believe in racism and sexism. I'm prepared to listen to even children of 7 years old, because my interest is where is the truth. I don't believe that young people don't know the truth. I don't believe that the truth is the preserve of elderly people. So I will never feel disrespected by a young person who disagrees with me and give reasons. So my sister or daughter, I agree with your criticism, and it enriches me. It doesn't diminish me. But you know, I also want to say to you that I share your frustration about the land claims process, because I have been making noise in Parliament and elsewhere that our Parliament failed to amend the Land Restitution Act number 22 of 1994, which was passed before the new constitution. And it has not been brought in line with the constitution. And it has established structures, Regional Land Claims Commission, which in fact consume the money which should be used for restitution land to the people. And with due respect to those that are running those institutions, I have information that there's a lot of corruption in those institutions. I have been representing land claimants from 1998 to date, and the land claimants have not gotten back their land because of the collusion between some officials in the land claims commissions and the landowners You just look at the cars that are driven by officials. You will see that they would never afford them, even in their next life, unless there was that collusion. And there are court cases which testify to the fact that there is actually corruption, and government is actually not doing anything about that. So, but you will be happy to hear from me that a colleague of mine who served in my Justice Committee in Parliament is now appearing in court because of what I'm saying, what happened in Mpumalanga. So something is being done. Now I no longer see. Oh, okay, now I found where I should be. You know, I recognize judicial review. I am one of the co-authors of judicial review, working with Jack Simon, Zola Square, Penuel Maduna, Teddy Pekane, and Jobodwan in the 1960s. We authored that judicial review. So we are not against judicial review. We are not against the judges. But we are saying judges are being led into temptation by people who take political issues to the judiciary. And that is where the problem is. But we are not against the judiciary. And also the question of judicial outreach. It arises because of the people who take political issues to the judicial system. So I hope that the judiciary will know that as the governing party, we have the greatest respect for them, and we have respect for the work that they're doing, and we support them fully, but we are against the abuse of their offices by these people who got into politics for bread and not for political purposes. Lastly, the lady, second lady who spoke, I think it's Professor Ntlama. Parliament has not actually just failed. Parliament is being failed. So what we need to do is to take steps to redeem Parliament from its abusers. And that can easily be done by changing the rules in Parliament. And we will take the blame for having allowed the minority parties to push rules which are counter-revolutionary, which are reversing the gains of our democracy. So Parliament is still important. We just need to be redeemed from hooligans so that we also improve its image. The last thing, Chairperson, is moral regeneration movement is also something that has failed. Moral regeneration goes back to 1987, when Oliver Tambo established the Department of Religious Affairs in the ANC. In 1995, Mandela established that committee. But moral regeneration, thank you, moral regeneration was given to people who used liberal human rights and ignored what Mandela said. Mandela said that the RDP document focused on political and economic issues and ignored the African arts, culture, and religion, which are the mainstay of the African soul and social power, which are, and their inherent ethical and moral values. So ignoring the values of the majority of the people led to the failure of the moral regeneration movement. I hope government is not going to give another budget to that MRM. We have to look for alternatives to the MRM because it has not worked and it will never work. It is wasting our time. Thank you.
Last few words, Dr. Mangena.
Yes, because we are out of time, I'll only respond to two of the inputs that were made. The first is related to whether or not we are facing a constitutional crisis. I think not. Parliament, having said that that committee is section 194 or whatever it was called, it was not duty bound to accept whatever that promises. The crisis is political. As we had said earlier, the members of parliament closing ranks around one of their own, protecting one of their own. So but that is not a constitutional crisis, perhaps a political one. The last point I'll make is about land restitution. I'm emotional when it comes to that. I was born on a white man's farm and my parents were farm workers. And the atrocities and the difficulties and the suffering that occurred there, I have no time to relate to that. And I think that we simply have no reason why land restitution has not been completed 30 years almost after freedom. We shouldn't be quibbling about anything. There is no political will. We should simply have done with, by now we should have been done with this thing. There shouldn't be anything about the constitution, about laws, about anything. We simply don't have the will to do the right thing by our people. That's painful, what is happening presently. And we will regret with the passage of time.
Thank you very much to both of my panelists, but I'm sure you don't mind us stealing 2 minutes more of your time before we conclude. And of course, we've been reflecting on the role of Parliament. We have to think of where Parliament is going in terms of going forward. Dr. Motshekga said that perhaps some of the rules need to be amended, perhaps more speaking time, perhaps more question time, perhaps more snap debates, and so on. But Dr. Motshekga and Dr. Mangena, one last question. You know, set aside the question of the Section 194 committee and setting up an ad hoc committee, because you're saying it's a political crisis, not a constitutional one, but perhaps we're starting to turn political crises into the constitutional one. There's a second matter on the oversight of Eskom and the oversight of what should happen in the power utility. And still, Dr. Motshekga, you're saying that Parliament is being failed. Is it not the people that are being failed? That Parliament doesn't want to have an oversight committee over what happens in Eskom?
A pity that if you are the head of state, you can always say, it is not my problem, it's the problem of my predecessor. Because the problems in Eskom started long before the current president. And it has to do with which people were deployed to run that institution. And were these people servants of the people or servants of the person that deployed them? Were these people deployed there to aid state capture or not? And those issues we would not have known until the Zondo Commission exposed them. But the people are right now. They are not interested in the history of the problem. They are interested in the lights. They want to have the lights. And therefore, they will always say, government is failing us, government is failing, where are the lights? But the truth of the matter is that this matter is deeper, because as human beings, we are not infallible. Some of us get into political office and want to use political office for other purposes for which it is not meant. So the problem in ESCOM have to do with people who got into political office and used it for purposes other than what they were required to do. And this is unfortunate, and I hope that going forward, the people of South Africa will be more vigilant and make sure that they don't elect people because of the noise they make. They elect people because of the substance that they are putting on the table.
A final word before we close. And the reality, though, is that we all voted for you guys to be in Parliament, to be our eyes and ears. But it appears as if that's what you don't wish to be, and you wish to be the eyes and ears of, we don't know who. But thank you very much. And thank you for giving us 3 more minutes of your time.
Let's give the panel and the facilitator a last round of applause. We are breaking now for, they took about 5 minutes of our tea break, so we're breaking now for tea break. And at 11 o'clock sharp, the panels will be starting. I'm advised that I should make the announcement again of the venues because there are people who just arrived. So panel 4A, Fighting Corruption as a Constitutional Imperative, will be at the restaurant. The restaurant is a name of a breakaway hall. 4B, Progressive Realization of Socioeconomic Rights, will be at Hall 1. So Hall 1 as well is downstairs. Panel 4C, which is the third panel, Building Effective System of Traditional Leadership within our Constitutional Framework, will be at Hall 2. Hall 2 is on this floor. And in that panel, ladies and gentlemen, may we acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister for Correctional Services, Honorable Patekile Holomisa, Dilizinta. And those panels will take us to lunch, and we come back at 3 and continue with the panels. So those ones that were panel 4A, then when they move to after lunch will be 5A, it will be the same venue. So the A's and the B's and the C's will continue in that same venue. Only the last panel that has an additional panel D, which is the role of national security in advancing constitutional democracy. That will be in the afternoon. That's the panel that will start from 3:30 until 4:30 and 5 when we close. It will take place here in the plenary, but it will not be a plenary, it will be a breakaway, but it will be here in the plenary hall as a breakaway. So colleagues will be in those halls to assist, and the ushers outside right immediately after the tea break to move at 11 and start with the panels. I wish colleagues well. Thank you very much.
People are strange. People are strange. When you're alone, people are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're alone, people are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're alone, people are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're alone, people are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're alone, people are strange. When you're a stranger, faces look ugly. When you're alone.
And I have a very distinguished panel here. You will realize that in your program, it stated that the Minister of Home Affairs would be here. Unfortunately, the Minister has some emergencies. He would not be able to join us. So he's ably represented here by Thulani Mavuso, who is the COO of Home Affairs. You would also realize that Ambassador Thembi Majola, the DG of State Security, was supposed to participate. She is also not here, ably represented by Mr. Jafta here. Mr. Newham is still here. He comes from the Institute of Security Studies. I think we can kickstart the process. We don't have enough time. We're already late, actually. But before I give the floor to this distinguished panel, there are other things that were attended to by other panels. And for instance, this afternoon, I did attend a panel on corruption. So you realize there are issues that are overlapping and recommendations that are overlapping around these issues. I would think that we're not gonna dwell in details in terms of issues that have been raised in other panels. If you agree with me, we can then focus on things that haven't been attended to. But the challenge of that is not everyone who is here who attended the other panel. I'm just scared of not giving enough opportunity to raise issues that you may want to raise. You will recall that this panel looks into the role of national security in advancing constitutional democracy. Before I give the floor to the panel, I'd just like to lift up a few of issues that are a real challenge and a global challenge, not only here in South Africa. But first, the national security, it's in terms of section 199, subsection 1 of the Constitution. It says the security services of the Republic, they consist of the single defense force, single police force, and other intelligence services established in terms of the Constitution. So the panel will respond to the role of some of these entities. But I just want to lift up an issue that maybe would help to guide our discussions as we move forward. A professor in Guyana, Michel Louis Martin, wrote a wonderful piece on national security and democracy, which was titled The Dilemma from a French Perspective. In the article, he really argues and he says, as an expression of a primordial human aspiration, freedom and order are the key components of the equation. Beginning with Plato, political thought and philosophy of law have always generally treated them as antithetical because both concepts proceed from mutual exclusive system of values. Debating the finality of the state, some academics have privileged either order and security or freedom and democracy, with each ideal being achieved only at the expense of the other. In a sense, meaning that for us to achieve proper security, freedom and democracy must be compromised. It's a general view that you find around the world. There's a guy, I think he came here for quite some time, James Hamilton. He's the former Director of Public Prosecution from the Republic of Ireland. He also penned an article that dealt with the delicate balance between civil liberties and national securities. And he argues that the greatest success of the terrorists can be achieved is to persuade a democratic state to abandon its democratic values. Again, meaning that for us to be able to achieve the security, we must abandon democratic values. I don't know if we face with a similar challenge here in the country, but I recall, and Jafta, you recall very well, you've been a veteran in the field, that some time ago, there was a ministerial review commission chaired by the late Joe Matthews. And this, they wrote a report that was also titled Intelligence in a Constitutional Democracy. I mean, if you look at the findings of that report and the recommendations contained in that report, it raises really fundamental issues that I think later in life we grappled with. That had we, in 2008, had we set up a system really to manage some of these challenges, would have been in a better position a few years later. I want you, the distinguished panel, as you deal with these issues, as you make your presentations, really address the question of, is democracy an impediment for national security? And of course, maybe to try to define for all of us to engage is the security architecture of our republic. How is it constructed? But fundamentally, what are the inherent contradictions that are built in this that are creating a challenge for us to be able to achieve our desired goal of providing a secure environment? As I said, issues of human security have been dealt with in other panels, but if you feel free, don't dwell too much on them. I want you also, as the panel, to address issues of transnational criminal syndicates. I know in the panel that dealt with corruption, this was one issue that was also raised. And in the same context, also we need to look into the syndicate and money laundering and other financial crimes that are committed. We know recently we've been grey-listed. But before the grey listing, sometimes last year, the American National Treasury released a detailed report about what they said were ISIS financiers that were operating in our shores, and they named a few people in that report. It was also declassified and circulated quite widely. And of course, the issue is, if some of those allegations that were contained in the report were really true, how did we manage to deal with them? How did we really manage to resolve some of those issues? After I read a report, I think a lot of people may have seen it. Mr. Newham, you may have seen it too. It was a very detailed report that was written by a Mozambican academic, but it was produced by the London School of Business, that really detailed the heroin route from Mozambique to the country. Quite scary picture, with serious allegations, for instance, of Frelimo being involved in that. It's a public document, you can look at it. And if you look at the spike of heroin users in the country, young people, you can tell that there's element of truth in terms of these issues. Do we really think that drug syndicates have become a national security threat to our own country? I would also like the panel to reflect around issues of the changing geopolitical dynamics around the world. With the emergence of China, Russia, Iran, and some other countries in what is now known as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And of course, the desire to build and consolidate this. And maybe I'll raise some issues in relation to that. Because my understanding is that our national security must not only be able to protect us, but they must also be able to define the opportunities that would enhance the reputation and the well-being of the Republic. And how do we deal with this? Do we really understand this? And I'm saying this because I think the last panel yesterday raised the issue of the ICC and President Putin. But all this, they play themselves in the geopolitical strategicness, and how do we manage it? I know tomorrow there's a panel on that foreign policy will be discussed. But foreign policy and national security are really intertwined in the long run. I can say that from my own experience as a former diplomat. Can I start with you, Mr. Newham, to make your presentation, but also in the process, try to deal with some of these issues that I've raised. But maybe before you take the floor, let me tell you some of the recommendations that came from the working group that was dealing with corruption. They recommended that the Hawks are lacking independence and efficiency. And they, of course, they said the Scorpion were much more effective. And in this regard, because it seems, because of the paralysis, or not the paralysis, the inefficiency in terms of the police sector, criminal syndicate are gaining a momentum. They are taking a center stage. And issues related to assassination, crimes that are starting to gain prominence in the country, they were raised in that working group. The question of the SIU, the Special Investigation Unit, was sharply raised. And I think there was, the presenter made a recommendation that perhaps the SIU should move to the AG. And he was saying there's a misnomer in terms of the legislative framework that governs the SIU, that they can only do their work by a proclamation of the president. And yet, if you look at the concept of investigation and prosecution, they must do that without fear and any prejudice. Now, given the fact that they operate per instruction of the president, is that not a conflict? Because the president represents the executive. So these are some of the issues that they grapple with, and I think maybe this commission, it's also able to do that. The issues of the whistleblowers and really the protection of whistleblowers. Whistleblowers have different names. In the intelligence sector, they would call them sources who give human intelligence and raise things that are really pertinent. The defense intelligence would do the same. But Mavuso also, it would be useful to update us in terms of how safe are our borders. We know we have this porous border. And I know there's been a new entity established, but it took years. I was still in the public service when the discussion happened, but eventually it has been established. How is the coordination and the management of some of these issues? And we'll come back to other questions, but let me start with you, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. It's a huge honor and privilege to have been invited to speak here this afternoon at this important event to celebrate and reflect on our Constitution. The Institute for Security Studies, for those that don't know, is an independent Pan-African organization that undertakes policy-orientated research, technical support, and capacity building to help achieve a vision of a safe and prosperous Africa for all its people. We have our headquarters in Tshwane, but we also have regional offices in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Senegal, and a presence in a number of different African countries across the continent. Since 1996, the ISS has been working to better understand the various security-related challenges that face South Africa and undertake research to see how we can best address these through whether it's policies, strategies, legislation, or capacity building, as I mentioned earlier. So on the first question, or the issue was raised between freedom, democracy, or security. I think Section 198A of the Constitution captures the answer to this, when it reflects on the key principles that should govern how national security should be understood in South Africa. And I quote, "National security must reflect the resolve of South Africans as individuals and as a nation to live as equals, to live in peace and harmony, to be free from fear and want, and to seek a better life." So if we understand national security to be that way inclined, if that's how we understand that broad definition, then we can't see it as an either-or situation. If we have democracy and freedom, we will be secure. If every individual in South Africa believes in this nation, supports the political structures, respects the authorities that exist in order to enforce the law, plays their role in solving our many difficult socioeconomic challenges, because they can do so in a spirit of freedom, open expression, transparency, and accountability, there won't be many external threats that could be a real challenge to our national security, because ourselves as individuals will see our nation as something that we take personal responsibility for respecting and for protecting. So foreign, national, transnational organized crime syndicates, extremist groups that come here won't find fertile soil. They won't get very far, because it will be the people of this country in all its diversity that will protect us. And so I'm not going to really dwell on the nature of the various threats that face South Africa. These are generally well understood by all of us. The poor and deteriorating socio-economic conditions that most South Africans live in, the deep challenges facing our state security and criminal justice agencies, these have all been well documented in different reports, government reports, going back to the National Development Plan and subsequent. So we've got not only the National Development Plan that highlights some of the key challenges on a socio-economic level and on a policing level, but we've since then had the high-level review panel on the State Security Agency, the panel of experts into policing and public order, both completed reports and recommendations in 2018. More recently, we have the expert panel into the July unrest, and we have testimony and reports of the Zondo Commission last year. So rather than reflecting on all of that, because I'm sure we all know what those challenges are, I'm going to use my limited time to focus on three, what we believe are urgent interventions that if we prioritize and were able to get right, would take us forward in a huge way to better achieve the kind of national security we want that is defined in the Constitution. These are, firstly, that there's transparency and accountability in relation to the development of a national security strategy. Secondly, that we strengthen the capabilities of our intelligence and policing agencies in a way that promotes public trust in them. And thirdly, that we reduce murder as one of the apex national security priorities to ensure public safety. And I'll explain a bit more why I say this for each of these. In terms of the national security strategy, that it should be an inclusive process, that it should be transparent. Of course, not all details need to be made public, because you might be speaking about very specific issues and you don't want those to be in the public. They only should be in the domain of security agencies. But ultimately, this is not something that we've come up with. This is something that was mentioned as a recommendation in the high-level panel into the July unrest, which I quote said, "A national security strategy should be just that, national. For too long, we have delayed embarking on an inclusive process for defining what we regard as threats to our common security." This recommendation was taken up by the President last year in the State of the Nation address, when he said just that we should prioritize the development of a national security strategy that should follow an inclusive and consultative process. And why should we have something like this? Why should we be able to get onto the internet or go into a government department and get the national security strategy? First, it will be developed on a risk assessment. Of course, this should be guided by the National Security Council, state security agencies. It should provide the framework. But then there should be a process allowing the different sectors of society to make an input. Do they agree that these are the only national security threats facing all of us? And of course, we need public consultation, because depending where you sit, the immediate threat to your individual well-being and your sense of belonging in this country will be very different. And that's why I'll speak about the issue of murder later. But ultimately, if you think about it, whether it's government departments, local governments, councils are being threatened by extortion groups and groups that are trying to influence them so they can get access to local government tenders. You've got the private sector companies working construction or manufacturing or engineering or mining who are facing huge challenges with organized crime, some of it transnational. There's this massive cybersecurity threat that affects not only our banking system, but the private sector and the public sector as well, our government departments. So if we had something that was really a public process that we could update once a year, although the high-level panel said every 3 years, maybe the strategy is the 3-year strategy, but the risk assessment should be updated more frequently than that because risks do emerge quite quickly, then at least everybody would know what those risks are and how their sector or how they could play a role in their particular position in society to assist address that threat. Then we could also use that risk assessment to do an assessment of our state security and our criminal justice capabilities. Or not just the criminal justice or state security, it could be Department of Social Development, it could be our health department, it could be any departments or public or private sectors where we could have huge problems with corruption and other challenges would actually threaten the economic well-being and development and the ability to become a prosperous country. But at least everybody would know what these high-level threats are and what kind of role they could play because they would be invested in developing this approach. So that would be the first big step. But this really depends on the second big priority, which is strengthening the capabilities of our policing and intelligence agencies in a way that builds trust. Now, if you've read the high-level report into State Security Agency, if you've looked at the evidence presented before the Zondo Commission, you know that the State Security Agency suffered severely during a period where it was repurposed to move away from its mandate of protecting the national interest. And we believe that there must be a lot of work going on there. But unfortunately, there's so little information in the public realm. So the Minister and the Presidency, during the State of the Nation address debate this year, gave very high-level achievements. Lots of consultations being going on. He said that 39 of the 73 recommendations in the different reports have been fully implemented, and many of the others are partially implemented, and that there was progress on the General Intelligence Amendment Laws, or General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill, which will once again separate foreign and domestic intelligence. But that was about it. Now, if you look at what we know with the problems, we don't really know what the solutions are actually. We don't know which recommendations are fully implemented. We don't know how many of those individuals who were personally named and implicated in looting from this agency have been held accountable. How many of those that might have been irregularly appointed, the large numbers of acting positions, what is happening there? So why I use the word public trust as being the key measure is that people must trust the state security agency. We don't need to live in fear, so that when, for example, on Monday, a lot of the shops that closed did so because of fear, because they don't trust the security cluster that gave a very good briefing before that on the Friday saying there won't be a national shutdown, you will be safe. Now that is the problem, that gulf between what is possible in the state because it is operating and working and trying to fix problems to strengthen itself, and what people believe is too big. And there needs to be greater transparency, greater inclusivity, and then we can narrow that gulf between what people believe is a problem and what they believe can be done about it, and are more likely then to work with the government to achieve this. The second big issue is the police. The reason why police in South Africa is such a huge, important agency is because it consists of over 180,000 personnel working from 1,157 odd police stations across the entire country. So most people will see a police van or see police officials relatively regularly. It's the single most highly visible expression of state protection, state law enforcement, and if people don't believe that that capability is there to serve them and help them become safer, then it's going to be very difficult to really mobilize people to act in the national interest. And unfortunately, whereas there have been lots of work because of the focus on corruption, rightly so, to fix the Hawks, the National Prosecuting Authority, the SIU, and so forth, we don't see the same kind of urgency in the South African Police Service. Over the last 10, 11 years, since 2012, every single year, the ability of the South African Police Service to solve murders, robberies, all violent crime has deteriorated. So that last year, it was 55% less likely to solve a murder than it was in 2012. 53% less likely to solve an armed robbery, despite having a budget that is 86% bigger. So how do we have a situation where you have huge growth in numbers, in money, quite a reduction in personnel, about 11% up until a couple of years ago, but we've seen big recruitment happening. But every single year, and those are just two metrics. We track about 34. I can go into each one of them, we don't have time, but these are two critical areas, because if you're a victim of a murder, rape, or robbery, there are not millions of people committing these crimes. There are certain groups that operate in particular areas who commit most of these violent crimes. And when the police cannot get on top of them, or people don't trust the police, or the police are not held accountable, only 5% of the cases opened with the Independent Police Investigative Directorate end with any sanction against the police officer accused. 95%, nothing happens to them. So that kind of problem needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. We want to see the change in a capability, and that is possible. Looking at its human resource capability, strategic leadership and development, start with implementing the recommendations of the National Development Plan in the chapter that deals with fixing the police. And then lastly, reducing murder. That's the, okay, sure. Murder. It's a crime that causes a lot of fear, and it is something that can be reduced, but it has gone up again since 2012, every single year, so that the number of murders in the 2022 financial year, over 27,000 people murdered, is 76% higher than the number murdered 12 years in 2012. And again, we know from a huge amount of information and evidence and analysis that we've done on point level data of murder in places like Khayelitsha, that it happens in particular areas at particular times. So for example, out of those 1,157 police stations, half of all murders take place in 170 police stations. In each of those precincts, there will be 3 to 6 hotspots where murders take place, mostly over weekends. And you can look at the victims and what is happening and the conditions. So if you focus that capability, deploy your resources strategically, make sure you get hold of those individuals and the networks that support them, you could bring down murder very quickly, which would then improve the feelings of safety that people have. And if you follow murder, you'll get on top of transnational organized crimes. The drug syndicates, they're not all the same. If you have to prioritize, go for the gangs that are committing murders. If it's illegal mining, go for the ones that are committing murders. If it's whatever it is, if it's gender-based violence, 2,000 women were murdered in the last quarter, go for the people who are killing women. Start there. Get on top of that, bring the murder rate down, open up trust in the government, open up the investment possibilities. So I'll end there. But that is my provocative opening address. Thank you very much.
Would open up a discussion later on, but I just wanted to, Niham, to deal with this question. It was raised during the plenary discussion yesterday, the problem of Zamazamas. And if you look at the Zamazama industry, they are denying the country of 21 billion rands per annum. In your research, what is the extent of the threat that is posed by illegal business? It's one of the issues that the World Economic Forum has flagged in terms of the risk for this country. Not only in this country, but it's top in terms of our own risk. Do we have a SIFT system to really go through these risks and SIFT the one that we think we need to attend to? And given the challenges of the economy, the mining sector is still our biggest source of foreign exchange. Now, if you start to see this 21 billion, and I really can't fathom, how do you have an illegal mine? I think this is Zamazamas. And I've seen the arrest of foot soldiers. But it tells me there's a huge syndicate if it involves such large sums of money. What are your findings in your research at the Institute of where you are?
Well, we have a whole section on transnational organized crime. Unfortunately, I'm not in that section. But yes, it is a huge threat, and it contributes to about 200-300 murders a year. But that's growing because when you don't get on top of those that commit that kind of violence, it becomes more of an attractive tool of the trade, and then you get aggression. So again, if you can't stop those that are killing people, you can't stop those that are just operating under the cover. We've got to start focusing on the most dangerous, and then of course that's why we have to fix our intelligence. Intelligence will be the capability to not stop at the foot soldiers, but to track the way that they're linked into the way that the illegal minerals that they're mining are processed, stored, and then moved out of the country. Because those are all contact points. There's a human being doing all of that, and there are people controlling the money flows. So we've got to get our intelligence on top of that kind of capability, and then we can start crushing it, and we can start destabilizing it.
You know, Jeff, I'm going to ask you next to come, but I want, as you come, please to try to address this question of the geostrategic realignment of forces. You know, it's quite mind-boggling to realize that in 1990, I think, the GDP of China was just over $500 billion. Now, it's $19 trillion. In a period of about 30 years. The United States is now sitting at $25 trillion. But if you look at the data that it's coming out, you take China, you take that, you can see a global shift. And what I want to understand is that are we, as a matter of strategic national security approach, understanding this change in dynamics and see how we position the Republic. Maybe chapter 2 deal with that as you come in, please. If you can try to do about 5 minutes, I'm just worried about denying their excellencies the opportunity to ask questions.
I must first apologize for possibly not being seen on account of the fact that I don't have a jacket or a tie. My circumstances for the day did not suggest I was going to end up here. I'm going to try very briefly to respond to some of the issues that Mr. Makhubela has raised. And I'm going to paraphrase it I'm going to start it off at it by paraphrasing one of my heroes, I must say, Ambrose of Milan, Bishop of Milan, and say that national security is a very, very broad ocean with various currents, varying degrees of temperature, habitats, and landscapes. And it is not possible in this session to scan that entire environment and respond adequately to all the challenges. There's the issue of the geopolitics that Mr. Makwela was talking about. There are strategic interests of various parties. In a different setting, you can say the world is made up of two kinds of people. On the one hand, you have the trees that have been chopped for years, and on the other hand are the axes that have been chopping the trees. Because that's just the reality of where we are. Now, one of the countries in the world, for instance, will say that in terms of their national interests, it doesn't matter where in the world, they shall not tolerate any authority that has the potential to undermine that country from attaining its national interests. So immediately there are fault lines and risks that attend national security from the point of view of the risks and from the point of view of opportunities. Then there are cross-cutting issues that we have to contend with: climate change, migration patterns within countries and between regions, energy security, water security, population growth. With just over 8 billion, imagine if 8 billion mouths have to be fed at least twice a day, where does the protein source come from? There are risks, there are opportunities. Possibly Brazil has got more than 60 million cattle. So from a protein food security point of view, they are sitting pretty. We're sitting at approximately plus minus 14 million. It's a country of plus minus 55, 60 million. So again, from a national security point of view, there are issues there, risks and opportunities. Our universities, possibly our best universities, are sitting possibly at the top 300 in the world. 25 years ago, top 10 were between the US and the UK. Chinese universities today start featuring in the top 20, something that was never there 20, 25 years ago. And it speaks to the issue you are raising about that growth of the Chinese economy. They can produce plus minus 40, 45,000 PhDs per annum on artificial intelligence. No other country in the world can do that. It's a strategic enabler. 20, 25 years ago, the biggest banks in the world were found in the West, largely Wall Street and perhaps London and maybe Frankfurt. Today, China has possibly 5, 6 in the top 10. China can fund alone development projects within China and all over the world. The West has to crowdfund those initiatives. There are strategic alliances. There are multilateral governance institutions and systems. And these are very dynamic, and they have material contradictions that we have to contend with from the point of view of risks and opportunities. And then there are non-state actors, big multilateral corporations that influence and impose policy choices on countries, including our own. And there are, of course, non-state actors that are very, very nefarious in their agendas. Then we come back to the question, with that foreground, what does it mean for South Africa to have a national security architecture? And how is it functioning? I am giving an address that is that of my DG, Ambassador Thembisile Majola. And it reads as follows. I am pleased to participate in this national conference on the important subject of the Constitution. National security is an integral part of safeguarding our constitutional order and advancing our constitutional democracy. In this regard, Section 198 of the Constitution outlines the governing principles of our security services and articulates that national security must reflect the resolve of South Africans as individuals and as a nation, to live as equals, to live in peace and harmony, to be free from fear and want, and to seek a better life, amongst other governing principles. Guided by the Constitution, our security services, in particular the State Security Agency, has obligation and responsibility to protect and promote the country's national security and thus advance constitutional democracy. In this context, national security relates to the condition of safety that pertains to a state's national interests as derived, as well as to the power at its disposal to pursue and protect those interests. As the National Security Services, we have the responsibility to protect our constitutional democracy from potential security threats of any kind. Since the advent of democracy in 1994, the security services have played an invaluable role in preserving our national security and advancing constitutional democracy through our work. Our priority has been and continues to be the safeguarding of our country against all forms of threats and to pursue interests. We should continue to do our part not to allow any threats to our national security to prosper. Failure to do so will undeniably affect the advancement of our constitutional democracy. Our role as the SSA in advancing constitutional democracy is guided by the Constitution, the South Africa's National Interest Framework document, and the National Development Plan, the National Security Strategy, the Foreign Services Act, among others. Despite some of the challenges we have faced over the years, South Africa's national security structures have played an indispensable role to safeguard the interests of our country and its people, as well as advanced constitutional democracy. This role is often underestimated, underreported, and simply not generally known. However, the SSA and our partners in the security services remain tireless in our efforts to do our part to advance our constitutional democracy. While we continue to do our part, some concerns remain. Let me highlight some of them. Firstly, the scourge of corruption poses a serious challenge to the development and upliftment of the people of South Africa and undermines the advancement of our constitutional democracy. All of us must continue with our resolve to eradicate this scourge, which poses a serious threat to our democracy. Secondly, high levels of crime, including violent and organized crime, represent a major stumbling block on the road to achieving national security for our country. It is imperative that all South Africans start to feel and be safe in their respective community. We have to turn the tide against all forms of crime. On its part, the SSA will continue to do utmost to ensure that we arrest the scourge of crime in our country, working in partnership with other security services. Thirdly, economic growth and development is critical to the national security of the country and is a key prerequisite for the advancement of constitutional democracy. As the security services, we must continue to do our part to protect economic and social infrastructure, as well as the protection of the country's national resources. Accordingly, we have to prevent the looting that targets state resources, as these undermine development for the people. I wish to emphasize the important role that national security has to play in terms of the critical aspect of our national stability, namely the strengthening and entrenchment of our democracy. As security services, we have to be at the forefront of combating the waves of instability that seem to so often characterize our fledgling democracy. Such instability may be a normal growing pain in a country with our history and legacy of inequality, but with limited resources to affect transformation overnight. We urgently need to review our approach when it comes to dealing with this matter. It simply cannot be good for the legitimacy of the democratic state to stay on a course where we meet violent actions of citizens. Our level of readiness in this regard will remain, therefore, will therefore remain a key characteristic of the national security landscape for several years to come. At the end of the day, the sovereignty of our country is inviolable, and the respect for the country's constitutional order, the rule of law, and democratic political values and institutions must be protected and promoted. In conclusion, when it comes to South Africa's national interests and national security, the next few years will be a make or break period. It is imperative that the NDP must succeed within its allotted time frame. If not, our constitutional democracy will be at increasing risk. Clearly, the national security structures have a critical role to play in achieving this role. Therefore, our approach should be business unusual. The national security objectives should encompass basic principles and core values of a better life, freedom, social justice, prosperity, and development. We are fully cognizant of the heavy responsibility that weighs on our shoulders. We continue to learn from our past mistakes. We are making progress on our endeavor to institutionalize a broad range of remedial measures. It's my desire that the SSA must represent a shining example of the responsible manner in which an intelligence agency should function in a constitutional democracy. I thank you.
Lloyd, you know, I find it difficult to understand that a critical institution such as the SSA has been for quite some time now without two key posts: the head of the domestic branch of the SSA and the head of the international branch who have been suspended. Are these issues having a direct impact in terms of the capacity of the institution? If the answer is no, it means we don't need those posts. But if the answer is yes, what is the level of urgency in terms of dealing with that? You can maybe say, well, it's the president who appoints, but we just want to understand, with such heightened crime that we see in the changing of the global political situation and so on, and you have key posts that are vacant, how is the capacity of the SSA?
Well, I would have wished you didn't ask me this question, because it is not for me to answer it. But I've been there for a while.
That's why.
Yeah, I've been there for a while. And maybe let me disclose this. He knows me from when I was 19, when I started out in this industry. The real challenge there is not the absence of the directors of the foreign and the domestic branch. The real challenge is about, do we have the absolute wherewithal to gather intelligence within and without our country with the speed and thoroughness that we can do, that we should be gathering that intelligence and advising. The second point is, when I made the remarks about what I said, I was foregrounding the input by the DG. There are many challenges about which we can advise, but we need a policy landscape, the policy makers who respond as quickly as is possible to the issues that we often present to them. You may not see the immediate relevance of the rating of our universities of math literacy to national security. But if you don't have good math literacy, almost immediately you must appreciate that. You are not going to have efficient pilots for the Air Force or naval officers for the Navy, because those are very math-based disciplines, almost immediately. Second point will be, you are likely to be always a consumer and not a generator of knowledge that will be commercialized. And that's got a bearing on national security. So without being too long, yes, you need those positions to be filled. But you have to bear in mind as well, we are transitioning back into two separate organizations. So with the DG and the relevant people in charge of all the sub-programs there, that gap is not felt as acutely as it otherwise would be felt if there were vacancies lower down the level. Without a question, those positions are important, but I believe from where I'm sitting, there are other challenges elsewhere.
Thanks, Lois. Before I call on Mavuso, maybe. As I said, the World Economic Forum raised a risk profile of South Africa, and the 5 key issues that they are bringing to the fore, and they really relate to some of the challenges we have in the country. Their number one thing they are saying is a risk of state collapse. I tend to think they misinterpreted, because for a state to collapse, it must first fail. Now, these are 2 different concepts, state collapse and state failure. The state will not collapse before it fails. And I can give you assurance about that because I've done a research around state collapse and state failure and state disintegration. The second one they are saying is debt crisis. The global debt now, it stands at $300 trillion. And the global economy is $100 trillion. And this is the debt across the public and the private sector and individuals, what we owe. The Americans' population, they spend about $1 trillion actually, of the Americans. It's on credit card debt. And that's why there's a challenge in the US about the debt ceiling, which of course has direct implication to us because our bonds are dollar denominated. The third one, which is also ranked 2, is collapse of services and public infrastructure. The third one, which is also ranked 2, is cost of living crisis. The fifth one is employment and livelihood crisis. I run a small company, we call ourselves Risk Recon. We do political security and social risks. And we release our own ebook sometimes last year, October, looking at the global situation and the ramification of these changes, and also our local government. And when we first published this, some people thought we were quite crazy until actually they are confirmed by the World Economic Forum. But the issue here is, what do we do once we receive these risks? Do we then develop a risk profile? Because we're starting to see trucks being looted. I mean, food trucks. Communities are starting to loot them. And I think we're likely to see that with the increase of prices and the challenge in terms of the livelihood. Yesterday, the CPI has been increased, and there's an expectation that our Reserve Bank would also increase the repo rate. I want you to start reflecting on this as Mavuso is talking. It's one of the issues that I just want us as a country, do we have a system of developing proper risk profile and engage stakeholders in terms of managing them, because we can see them in advance, so that we are not caught napping at a later stage when these things are spiraling out of control. Mavuso, you had 21 billion rand from the mining sector, Zamazamas. They shipped them out of the country. You guys who control the port of entry. What are the challenges? I know you may say, well, custom does that, we do passport, but you also sit in the security cluster in terms of those challenges, how to manage them. How are we dealing with that to effectively identify the final market for this illegal business that is going on? I mean, there are reports of SARS losing billions of rands because of the cigarette smuggling in this country. Are our borders that safe? What can we do better? I know we have established the border agency. What can we do better to enhance the border, to precisely deal with transnational criminal syndicates that are really destroying our country?
No, thank you very much, facilitator. You know, the bad thing about being the last speaker is that you stand between the audience who need to answer questions, who need their questions answered, or also contribute to the discourse, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. So, as the Department of Home Affairs, one of the biggest challenges that we have is that we interact directly with the public on a daily basis. So ours is not theoretical based, even though we collect a lot of statistics, do a lot of analysis. But on a day-to-day basis, we engage with communities. One of the questions that has always been asked, have you guys looked at the unintended consequences of the Constitution? You are advancing constitutional democracy, we agree. But what are the issues that you are picking up that needs to be addressed in that regard? For an example, you know, in many communities, when we engage with different stakeholders, people are raising issues of access that is given, for an example, to people who are not supposed to be in the system. Look at Chapter 2 of the Constitution. What those who drafted, the drafters of the Constitution and the spirit of the Constitution, where it talks about everyone has the right to this, everyone has the right to that. You know, it was trying to ensure that we don't get anyone excluded in South Africa, because we come from a past where there was this for white people, this for Indian people, this for black people, this for colored people. So the argument was the spirit of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights made reference to that. But what we find on a regular basis is that constitutional experts tell us, no, you are wrong. Where the Constitution says everyone has a right, it means everyone. So which begs to raise a number of questions. What do you do as the CEO of the hospital when someone pitches at your door, they have no documentation, they seek medical help? It's not an emergency, because the Constitution says you cannot deny anybody an emergency, but it's a schedule, operation or medical procedure. You know, so a person who's illegal in the country with a scheduled medical procedure, that the hospital CEO cannot turn them back. Then the question says, does that everyone in the Constitution applies to that particular individual? Because it's not an emergency that somebody, you know, was here in the country, then collapsed or had an accident. So those are some of the issues that people are saying, yes, we are advancing democracy, but in advancing the national security of the country, are you looking at those issues as government, for an example, to say, how do we deal with this? So this discussion is coming really at a right time for us to be able to contribute to this conversation around advancing constitutional democracy. And this topic is also acknowledging that national security has to play a crucial role in ensuring that all citizens are able to enjoy the freedoms and responsibility the Constitution aspires towards. Because if you look at the dictionary definition of the word advancing, is to say that we are moving forward in a purposeful manner. So how do we therefore advance our constitutional democracy? In other words, today's topics ask that, given our experiences of the past 25 years, how do we purposefully continue to move towards the aspirations of the Constitution? It is asking us, how do we address the brutality of the apartheid past while we're limiting the abuse of our good intentions that are contained in the Constitution as we seek to be a model global citizen? So the President, when he addressed the plenary yesterday, there are a number of issues that he dealt with, and I think it was important that we also reflect on those, because what they've indicated is that we need to ensure that in everything what we are to do, there's participation of citizens in the process. So the Department of Home Affairs is therefore in a space where it's one of the departments that is highly litigated organs of state, and the constitutionality of our actions are often tested on a daily basis in courts. It is easy to understand why this is so. The contest between security of citizens versus the right provided for in the Constitution, it requires a fine balance. What I raised earlier on about somebody who pitches in the hospital. Especially given the fact that our laws governing our department, for an example, were largely written in a period that was completely different from what we currently lived in. At the time, we were aspiring to be a country of a particular character. What we have walked through, then it gives us a different picture. I think my colleague from ISS was raising a very important issue around some of the failures in terms of, for example, raising issues in the statistics in the police area. So in essence, it does appear that as a country, we may have naively and inadvertently through the Constitution sought to create a country that does not exist anywhere in the world. This contest between national security and advancing constitutional democracy plays itself out every day in the Department of Home Affairs. You would know, ladies and gentlemen, that without services of identity or status from Home Affairs, you do not exist. In other words, you are invisible. You cannot be able to get social protection, employment, and any other service that you need to get. Therefore, it means when you can't access a social service that are enshrined in the Constitution, this is one of the reasons that we then get highly litigated. Our documents open up a lot of opportunities even to those who have bad intentions, of those who think South Africa is open for abuse. These are some of the ways in which South Africa is abused. People come to South Africa claiming that they need international protection because they are persecuted in their countries of origin. After receiving their asylum permit or Section 22 permit, they disappear and don't even bother to comply with the requirement of legalizing their stay in the country they are asking international protection from, by extending the validity of these permits while the applications are being finalized. Secondly, some come into the country illegally and stay illegally for many years, and then somehow remember that they need international protection when they are arrested and apply for asylum. Basically, what has happened is that the courts gave a ruling. In Cape Town, we had a ruling where someone who has been in the country for many years, when he was being arrested for deportation, says, no, I want to claim asylum. And then they go to court. The court says, no, give them an opportunity. But we are saying this person has been abusing the country for many years. But these are some of the challenges that we are faced. What is it that is unintended consequences that the Constitution might have created? You also have some people who are in the country, they're defrauding, enabling documents. You know, on a daily basis, we have a situation which is obvious trying to die down now. We have a process of late registration of birth. There are many people prior to 1994 who were born in rural areas, were not being registered, were invisible. So we had to go back to that backlog. People who were 60-year-old who never had an ID in their lives. Go back, and then when you do that, you need to be able to trace the family tree of this particular individual, interview people, get witnesses and things like that, and be able to give this particular person a document. Some of the foreigners who are illegal, they've joined the bandwagon. I am so and so, I was born in the Eastern Cape. There are some cases that are even embarrassing involving high-profile people from other countries that we are dealing with. So these are some of the issues. What they then do, they get those documents, they travel the world. We are fighting, well, not fighting, but we are arguing with Ireland currently. Ireland is the only country in Europe that have retained our visa-free status, precisely because we've got people who have gone to Ireland with our passport. When they get there, they dump those passports because they are now citizens in South Africa. They dump and claim asylum using passports of their countries of origins. These are some of the issues we're saying that what were some of the unintended consequences. We also have those who leave their home countries and enter South Africa illegally, as I said, and claim that they are stateless, and then courts also rule over those matters. Honest South Africans, they bear the cost of these abuses. For an example, a few years ago, United Kingdom imposed the restrictions on our South African passport travelers because we used to travel to the UK without a visa. These days we have to apply. It is clear that we need to remove these incentives that have been created in our laws that encourage people to seek South African documents at all costs. To this end, the department has started the process to modernize and advance the laws governing it. We are reviewing the Citizenship Act, the Refugee Act, and the Immigration Act. By the way, what we want to do, we want to separate the attainment of citizenship and the period of stay in the country. Because currently somebody says you have 5 years on a work visa, then you can apply for permanent resident, 5 years, then you can apply for citizenship. We're saying that let's de-link those, that the issues of citizenship must be dealt with separately from the period in which how long we have been in the country. This is the current global best practice. So through this process, we want to ensure that we also not linking citizenship to marriage. Because what has been happening is that marriage has also been used as a conduit of people getting in marriages of convenience in order to regularize their stay. So perhaps one of the outcomes of this conference could be to discuss limiting some of these rights that are contained in the Constitution to citizens and the like the right to enter the Republic. But also there are other rights that are in the Bill of Rights, which we believe that must be limited and not just to be open to everybody, except obviously those who are permanent residents or who are naturalized in South Africa. It should be possible to deny entry into the country to a person who is a security risk to protect the lives of 67 million citizens and the migrants who are in this country. It is therefore important that as the department we continue to provide and get some of the expertise from the audience in this conference in order for us to be able to enrich the laws and policies that we are developing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm told that we don't have enough time. I thought there would be issues that I'll tease out with the panel here, such as the cybersecurity challenges and how prepared are we as a country. And also looking at the possible underlying sources of what I think is a symmetric conflict that may emerge as a result of the risks that we spoke about, the cost of living and so on. And to try to understand how do those issues pose a security threat to the Republic and how we're managing and mitigating them. And I'm saying this because, earlier when I was speaking about how the dollar purchasing power has been declining, we precisely have an interest in that because our reserves are kept, our debt, it's in dollar denomination. A lot of countries now are trying to move away from the dollar, but the dollar has been declining since 2000, $100 since 2000. Now, in 2022, $100 is equivalent to $60. So it has lost 40% in the last 23 or 24 years. And mainly because of the irresponsible behavior of the American. The dollar is the only currency that is not backed by anything. And the American government have been printing dollars at a very scary rate. I think they've been printing close to 20 billion every month, what is called quantitative easing. But it has direct ramification and impact on us in terms of the cost of living and in terms of our own debt. I mean, the debt of the country now stands about $250-something billion, which is a huge challenge to us to service that debt moving forward. And that's why I thought we'd be able to tease all these things with the panel, but I'm really sensitive to the fact that there hasn't been any question from the floor. Maybe I should give you an opportunity to raise any of the questions that are here. And of course, the thing that I know all of us want to know is how safe are we? The kidnappings that are starting to emerge, assassinations that we're starting to see. What is happening? How are we responding to that? Are we developing institutional capacity to deal with these issues and so on? But I'm just worried about the timing. We started late because of other panels that went on. And we need to finish here in the next 5 minutes, I'm told. Maybe it's better to take a few questions from the floor. You know, I can't see standing here. Maybe what I would do, I'll take a question here. If we can be very short. And I'll take one here. And I'll take the lady there. There's 3 questions, and let's see how we're doing. Can you start, sir? Where are the mics? Do we have mics here? Oh, if you can go and queue up there, the 3 of you, please. But I really beg your indulgence that just be specific. Professor Somato Tafigan said, don't go and make a keynote address.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. And let me acknowledge the inputs from the panelists over there. My name is Eugene Mapotolo. I will prefer you to acknowledge me as a concerned citizen. My question will be, why National Security Services structure is dysfunctional? What is the reason? Just
Okay. I think just take one, be sensitive to others. We've been raised one question, and so that we can get as much contribution from the floor.
No, thanks, because I wanted to give practical evidence to support it, but thanks, let me give that question to give space for others. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your understanding.
Thank you, Chair. And my name is Ethel Khatebe. I come from I'm a citizen. Mine is not a question now. I've got a long list of questions there. But I think our session has not been dealt a good cause because we have only 5 minutes. National security is a very important aspect of our state. So I think even the presenters had very little time to deal with us. And I wonder the organizers if they can convene us early and we have at least 10 minutes to deal with other questions, because if they say 5 minutes...
We've been given a reprieve till 1:30.
Oh, okay.
So we have 30 more minutes.
I was coming for that reprieve. I'm coming now with my question.
There was a lady, oh, she's there. Please, ma'am.
I have a question for Mr. Newham. Gun Free South Africa instituted a class action.
Can you raise your volume a bit, please?
Oh, sorry. So this
And
is
please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Tana Makhoka. I have a question for Mr. Newham. Gun Free South Africa instituted a class action against the police for deaths and injuries allegedly resulting from corrupt, negligent firearm management. So in terms of national security and how it supports, constitutional democracy, obviously the state should be protecting citizens and ensuring public safety, not themselves be involved in crimes. So I wanted to get your comment on that, and then just a very quick question for the person from Home Affairs on behalf of my sister there, who wanted to know what is the confusion between documented and undocumented migrants with regards to the ZEP. Thanks.
Can we take 3 more questions, then we'll entertain answers before we forget and would come back. Let me go to the gentleman right at the back there, and then, and the lady in red right there. Can I take another? The gentleman over here. Prof, is it you? The gentleman over here, yeah, in that order. And if we can try to be quick, because 30 minutes will be gone very soon. And after that, we'll give the panelists the opportunity to respond, and we'll take another round.
Yeah, Chair, I went to fetch my book.
No, I didn't give you the floor, ma'am. Well, now that you have it, there's nothing I can do.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask a question from, I'm not sure which one of the panel members. What is the role of private security in our national security space? What is their role? Because that's the one question I want to ask. And I want to ask from Home Affairs that when, what we have seen, we've seen legislation being done, this will be done. There is a big gap between what the state is doing and the people on the ground. There's a lot of grievance about what is happening in our country in terms of borders that are not secured, drug traffickers, human trafficking. We wish to propose to recommend that the issues that affect us must come to the ground so that the people have a voice. The decisions that are taken by courts, the courts are also sensitive to national grievance, to the issues that the ordinary citizens raise. So we request that when these things come, like Home Affairs has got a lot of challenges, and our constitution, I know now we're not talking constitution, is too open. We need a clear definition. When they say everyone, because I know it says within reasonable resources of government, but who is everyone? These things must be clear to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lydia. I will be I'll go direct to the point. Coming to the immigrants that are being incarcerated in imprisonment, and when they are released on parole, you'll find that they are going to a certain area that they call Lindela for deportation to go back home because they committed crime here and they came without even having the right documents. What is it that you can do? Because it happens that most of the time when they go to Lindela, they are not being deported back home. After 2 to 3 months, you'll see them appearing again in prison. You ask them, last month, 2 months back, you were here. Why now again? The person didn't go home. What are we doing to offenders like that? Because they come here without right documents and they commit crime, not even having them in our database where we can trace fingerprints. That is a burning issue. And looking again for overcrowding in prison, they're also adding more to overcrowding in prison, creating fights inside, killing each other. Let's do something about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rio. The question is, why is it that there is a deliberate intent from government to ignore intelligence report? Over 15 years ago, during the times of NIA, before it was changed to state security, the head of NIA and his team presented to cabinet the report in terms of the dangers of illegal migration in the country as a forecast. And NIA was told that the borders were created by the colonialists. So don't even tell us about that. And we know today the crisis of immigration in the country. The question is still, why is government deliberately ignoring intelligence report? You look at all manner of reports coming from the Sydney Mufamadi High Panel review, the latest one, Sandy Africa, I mean, all sorts of reports that have been called by intelligence. Why, I mean, as we speak, the intelligence community of South Africa is in shambles, but there's been...
I just want you to be short, please.
Okay, yeah, so the question is, maybe the likes of Mr. Jafta can tell us why is important matter of intelligence being ignored by government?
Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Firstly, let me appreciate the discussion from panel members. My name is Nicholas Munyai. And I heard you were raising the issues relating to geopolitical situation, whether we are moving from a unipolar to multipolar state arrangement that are now led by China and Russia, whether the re-emergence of Warsaw Pact is coming in the form of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So I'm raising this to the panel around what is it that we are doing if we are serious about advancing constitutionalism and also defending our national security. What are we doing about the state of denial, which is collapsing? I do not understand that. If you check all the countries, including China, Russia, and all progressive countries, their budget on defense is not declining. It's only in South Africa where we continue to have a budget declining in the defense area. Our fleet, mainly 80% of our arms deal fleet, whether in the form of the Gripen, our Roy Falcon, many other fleets are grounded on the basis that the state does not have money. What are we doing to salvage the denial, the pride of the nation? We can't allow denial to die in our hand. It's a state-owned entity responsible for manufacturing the arms and all the security. We wouldn't have questions relating to cyber security if our defense is capacitated and has enough budget.
Yeah. Can I, Loisa, can you, they call you Loisa, not Lloyd, huh? I get confused, Lloyd and Loisa. Do you want to start?
Yeah, you can use the two interchangeably. But I was Lloyd in my previous life. I was baptized Loiso. There are various challenges around that cause dysfunctionality in the national security structures. There are issues around coordination, integration, definition of intended outcomes, coordinated or integrated outcomes. There's issues obviously of inadequate resources, uneven training, systems that don't talk very, very efficiently to one another, and issues of corruption and lack of trust. So there are various issues, and many of them are receiving attention. The private security industry, like anywhere else in the world, is playing a very, very critical role in assisting the maintenance of appropriate levels of national security. However, there is always a balance that needs to be struck so that private security does not pose a risk to national security, particularly when they bear arms and sometimes very sophisticated weapons, at least assault rifles and such like. And there is a global phenomenon that started a few years ago, maybe a few decades, 2-3 decades ago, where a phenomenon existed or came into being where there was a privatization of war. So war was prosecuted on behalf of states by private security companies. I can hazard an opinion in respect to illegal inmates who have to be repatriated. Sometimes the delays are occasioned by disconnects in the legislative frameworks between South Africa and particularly our neighboring countries and other countries. And that is particularly the case where sometimes somebody has committed an offense at home, and if he landed there and there's a risk of that person being executed in accordance with the laws of the country, and therefore we can't repatriate these people. But I am aware that in the SADC at least, there is an initiative that is intended to make sure that there are no material disconnects in the relevant legislative frameworks that govern the release of inmates from one jurisdiction into another. This one is difficult on why policymakers ignore intelligence. Sometimes the fault is with intelligence, in the sense that we can provide very good, accurate intelligence to the policymaker when in fact that intelligence should be acted upon by somebody at an operational level. And sometimes we can provide intelligence but do not provide necessarily recommendations on how best to resolve or respond to a particular challenge. I don't want to go into examples, even though that is exceedingly tempting. Often the real challenge is intelligence must arrive at the person who is going to act on it. And sometimes the policymaker only needs to know but does not have to act on that intelligence. We are very active every day on issues around what's happening in the world of geopolitics. When you saw me crawling up to the facilitator, Mr. Makubela, I was making him read a note where I was saying, out of about 180 countries in the world, you have approximately 130 of them with having China as their biggest trading partner. That's got huge implications across various planes. Those are issues that we need to understand because there are always risks, there are always opportunities. That's got implications in terms of global warming, that's got complications around the global choke points, about how countries compete for limited space and policies in respect to the global choke points. There are other issues that we have an interest in, which is not really stealing secrets from other people, but risks facilitators such as, I think about 2 years ago, there was a nice boutique rating agency that started off here in the continent. And no sooner did this thing flourish, which is an African entity of that nature, than it was bought by one of the big rating agencies. Now, you may not think much about it, but what it means is that if rating agencies belong to a particular country, de facto, where people go in and invest on the basis of what the rating agencies say will be informed by a particular approach. And so those are some of the issues that we look at. Dissemination of information. There's about 4 or 5 big news agencies in the world, and everybody else merely reprints what has been produced. It's Reuters, Associated Press, and such like. And you have to monitor and track what is being reported about whom here at home and abroad, and possibly towards what end. These are all big factors in understanding what is happening in the world of geopolitics. I wouldn't want to, tempted as I am, to hazard an opinion on Denel, but I am certain that the relevant people, I'm sure the scribes will relay the message to the relevant ministry. But I don't think there is anybody in government that I'm aware of who is actively championing for the demise of a strategic entity such as Denel and such other strategic entities in the state. I try to respond very hurriedly so that I don't spend a lot of time. Thank you.
Jafta, whilst you're still on the platform, you spoke about the regulation of the security sector, the private security sector. A few days ago, we saw an individual brandishing an what appears to be an AK-47. And this individual, in as far as I'm concerned, is not arrested. That's the first thing maybe that you can respond. The other issue that you are saying, of course, intelligence is given to policy makers to make policies. Is this not a problem? That our policy makers are not spending time in their desks to evaluate the intelligence recommendation that is made to them and to take appropriate action. Because you see them being very operational. I mean, quite prominently is a Minister of Police. Each time there's a matter somewhere, he's at the scene of the matter. Is he not spending his time doing wrong things, and things that he's supposed to do are not done by anyone? And in the process, a key strategic recommendation that actually have actionable intelligence, they fall in between the cracks. I mean, I'm making an example with him. Is it not a general thing that it's happening within our government sector? You can.
I will repeat, there are instances where there are intelligence failures, where we don't see it happening or going to happen. And we should raise our hand and admit that we missed it when that happens. There are instances where we provide intelligence, but it may not be it may not complete a picture. And by the time you complete a picture, it might be a little too late. And there are instances where you provide intelligence, it is absolutely accurate, spot on, and on time. But it is not underpinned by appropriate advice on the steps necessary to be taken. And therefore you leave the policymaker to be at liberty to decide what to do with that intelligence. So there are various factors. I don't want to yield to the temptation to go into detail, because that's not a matter that I would be able to do. In fact, I'm not allowed to do that, save for a safer environment. There always has to be a very neat balance between, in respect to the policymaker, them exercising superintendence over their departments and allowing the operational people to run with the functioning of any entity. And it's a very clear but very delicate line there that's got to be respected. It could very well be that we need to drill into why there is always a temptation on the part of the policymaker to stray onto the operational realm, so that we are not speculating and being anecdotal, but we know what we are dealing with. The incident of the gentleman we are talking about who had an AK-47 folded butt and a pistol was alarming. But this is not an exception. You go to an ordinary funeral on an ordinary Saturday in the townships, you see these kinds of things. You go to a taxi rank, you see the security companies brandishing weapons. And to a degree, certainly this is my view, there may come a time when we need to review what sort of firearms must these people be able to bear, and where and when, and how do we make sure that there's observance with whatever amendments. It is not correct in any country for the display of an AK-47 in the possession of a private citizen. However that citizen may be aggrieved, because it simply says, in order to be safe, I must also go and get my own AK-47. And that inadvertently subtracts from the authority of the state, because citizens start seeing that, oh, we went to a funeral, there were these thugs spinning their cars, shooting into the air in the presence of Metropolis, and I've been in some of those funerals. And people then start doubting if the state has the authority. And my view is there may come a time in the not too distant future where the country may have to actually review what sort of arms private security officials must be able to have at their disposal and how they conduct themselves with that.
Jafta, thank you very much for that. I mean, it's quite common that you would see people brandishing assault rifles at different events. It appears in the social media. And some people actually even break him for being assassins, as if being an assassin is the best profession now, and telling how much they charge for assassinating anyone. Maybe this is indicative of the challenges that we're having within our state system, because the state, remember, has the monopoly to use legitimate force. But once that force starts to be shared with citizens and it starts to spread, it really affects the capacity of the state to do that. Maybe that's a sign of weaknesses that we're starting to see at a very strategic level, and I think there's a need for better interrogation for that. But thank you for your response. Mr. Mavuso, you want to comment then?
No, thank you very much. I'll just respond to a few issues. I think there was, Ethel raised an issue around issues of borders, human trafficking and others, and what society is really complaining about. Look, I think one of the things that we need to appreciate that at any given time at a border, or at a land border or airports, there are three types of travelers that arrives there. The first traveler is a person who's got a passport and a visa. Sometimes only a passport, because remember, countries in the region, in the SADC region, except DRC, don't need a visa to come to South Africa for holidays. So they are a visa exempted. So that's the first traveler. The second traveler is the one who will come and say, I'm seeking asylum. Because the Refugee Act allows a person to come and, if they seek asylum, that we must hear them first. In other words, we call it a principle of non-refoulement. You must include before you exclude. Hear the case, and then the person is given Section 22 permit to come into the country. The third is the person who is undocumented. These are people who come illegally, whether through a borderline or facilitated through the port of entry, by syndicates. So those are the three areas. So that's why we're saying that with the establishment of Border Management Authority, this is what we are trying to cap, because Border Management Authority will deal with the border environment where there's only one command and control. Currently, you've got SAPS, you've got SARS, you've got Home Affairs, you've got Agriculture, you've got many other departments, Health, Port Health. So all these individuals are now going to fall under one command and control in relation to that, and then also deal with the issue of border guards. I can't remember the name of the lady around the issue of confusion between undocumented and documented and ZEP. The people who are holding a Zimbabwe exemption permit, they are documented. So remember that the special permit was created in 2010, mainly because there were a lot of people who were carrying illegal documents. So what then at the time the department was trying to do is to say, return all the illegal documents, let's issue with the special permit. In this period, we want you to legalize yourself by applying for other categories of visas that you qualify for. Unfortunately, there's a majority that does not qualify for any visa type, because the work that they do is not what we call either critical skill, or actually it can be just, some of it can be done by South Africans. So with the decision that ZEP is not being renewed, so what it would then render, if those people don't return home when they come the end of June, it will mean that then they become illegal in the country. Because when we say a person is undocumented, it's because they no longer have a legal document to be in the country. Then on the issue of Lydia that you are raising, it's a very important question of people who are incarcerated, because every time when people are released from prison who are foreigners, and they are, I think Loyiso tried to address that issue. When they are released into our hands, then we take them for deportation. Sometimes what happens is that they will be deported to their countries of origin and then come back illegally. But in certain instances, you put a very correct example. We had a guy who killed his girlfriend in Botswana, came to South Africa, committed crime, got arrested. When we were supposed to deport him, his name is Samutse, and the court says you can't deport him because Botswana cannot guarantee that he will not face the death penalty when he gets there. So they wanted the Director General to get a confirmation from Botswana that he will not be killed when he gets there. So we said, but we are now interfering with the justice system, because how can another bureaucrat in Botswana tell the other bureaucrat in South Africa that this person will not face the death penalty? So these are some of the issues. But on the issue of tracing the in our databases, in the system, we are now developing a new national identity system where we want to capture the biometrics of everybody who's in the country, even a person who's coming as a tourist for one day. That's why those are now at the airport. We have now what we call a biometric movement control. So that all the foreigners, even if they're coming for one day, we capture their biometrics so that even in future, when the person emerges somewhere, we know that when they first arrive, who were they in this regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you very much. The question that was directed to me specifically related to the class action around firearms. And absolutely right, it's the state's duty to protect people, and all the firearms in the possession of in the state, whether it's the police, military and so forth, should be carefully looked after and made sure that they do not find their way into the hands of criminals, and illegal firearms that are confiscated should be destroyed. So this class action is to try, and as far as I understand it, to try and get some closure for the victims, because they've been able to trace about 800 of these firearms to specific deaths, about over 200 children who had killed, and about 1,200 other victims. So this partly is about ensuring that those families of those people who were killed with firearms that were released back into largely gang areas by the police, by a particular police officer working, Prinsloo is his name, with others, that because they didn't take careful enough care to root out corruption and make sure this wasn't happening, there's some kind of compensation for those families, and potentially a structural interdict, I would imagine, to try and ensure that there are very clear systems for managing firearms. And it goes back to the point I was making about murder. A lot of murders are committed by firearms. If we reduce the pool of firearms in South Africa, we reduce the pool of murders. There's hard evidence by the Medical Research Council that showed between 2000 and 2010, the number of gunshot-related deaths halved because of the large numbers of firearms that were removed out of the communities. And so in South Africa, removing firearms does work, and there is firearm legislation, a bill that is underway that can be looking at this. The issue of immigrants, if you kicked out all 2.5 million immigrants in South Africa, it would have very little impact on the crime rates. Most crimes in South Africa are committed by South Africans. Some foreign nationals commit crime. A vast majority of South Africans do not commit serious violent crimes, and a vast majority of foreign nationals do not commit serious and violent crimes. They represent about 10% of the population in prison, and that's gone up because they generally don't get parole. South African prisoners are much more likely to get parole because they have family here. Foreign nationals in prison don't, so they spend longer in our prisons. So I think we should be looking at how do we integrate with other regions so that we collectively use our wisdom and our experiences to solve our collective problems. We can't become an island, so we should work with people from other countries to benefit everybody in the region. And I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe a parting shots from you gentlemen, Mr. Jafta, Mr. Mavuso. What keeps you awake at night, you and the entire security cluster, so that we citizens can have a very good night's sleep?
Well, I think in my case, what would keep us awake at night is that we want to ensure that we protect our national population register, because we know that there's a lot of syndicates who are trying to camouflage as South Africans, and that's what we're ensuring, that we don't have an infiltration by syndicates of our officials, because we have a lot of that. Unfortunately, the resources are also constraining, because one of the things that we would like to see is that a person must not work at OR Tambo for the rest of their contract or their lives. We should be able to rotate our immigration officials into different borders, on a almost a regular basis, to ensure that there's no familiarity, with the port of entry and the people who operate there. Because if you go to Libombo, there's a lot of illegal goods that come through Mozambique, and what then happens is that you find that the infiltration by syndicates is quite severe. So we have to send undercover agents all the time to be able to root out, and we keep on arresting officials. So we want to be able to say we are no longer doing that, because we have the capability to move them around to ensure that they don't get familiar with the environment. Thanks.
Well, I don't know which weighs more than the other. It's any risk of the war in Ukraine escalating either vertically or horizontally, then the world is in a mess, worse than it is already. And the other one is climate change. Climate change is a huge, huge risk for humanity.
Well, my parting shot is that I'm not sure our national interest is being best served by only having men talking about national interest, but I know that's not the organizers' fault. The other thing is that we don't change things. We keep doing the same things that have not proven to keep us safe, and we don't try some bold measures, some of which I mentioned here this evening. If we keep doing what we've been doing, we will not get different results. We have to do something differently, and we need to get as many people's brains, expertise. We're a country full of resources and incredible people in government, in the NGO sector and private sector. We've got to find ways of getting the best of us to sit together and figure out how to solve our national security and crime problems. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. From my part, the two things that I'm on daily basis worried about as an analyst is the potential of a third world war. I always wake up at about 4:30. I survey international media to check the level of tension and measure the tension that is brewing around the world and start to analyze, put things together and so on. That's a nightmare. It's one thing that, the other thing of course that makes me not to have a good night's sleep is the potential of a terror attack in this country. And I have this worry because I have studied the behavior of terror groups and so on. And I'm just worried that in terms of the institutional capacity to respond to any possible attack, we're not yet there. For instance, other countries have a color coding for threats, level of threats, and citizens know how to respond to this level of threat. Maybe they do exist, but we haven't been educated by them and see how we behave. It worries me on a daily basis. Jafta, with my partner, we wanted to go to Afghanistan this year to go and really study and analyze the drug movement back into the country. Because we think heroin, if you move around here, you will see enclaves with young people who are heroin addicts. And then we wanted to try to understand that until somebody said to us, the Taliban are going to execute you, they're going to think you are a spy, and they're going to execute you. And we stopped that. So these are things that are really bothering me. Any research that I try to do to try to understand is to look at these issues. The potential of the third world war and the ramification it would have on all of us. We're already starting to see the challenges related to the war. And of course, the terror attack. These are worrying things. And I think as all South Africans, we must worry how to prevent this. When I used to live in the States, they used to have a program without failure at 10 o'clock at night every day. All radio and TV stations, they would pause and say, it's 10 o'clock now. Do you know where your children are? That's it, the program then continues. And this was during the Cold War challenges. But they had a system in place, an early warning system in place to manage that. And I think as a country, we need to have a transparent one so that we know how to contribute to this early warning system. Those who worked with me when I was in the public service, they know I kept on thinking, we are surviving, we haven't been hit, but we need to manage the potential that we're going to be hit at one stage and see how we're going to minimize casualties. And that can only happen if we educate people without causing any panic. The world we live in now is totally different, and we all need to take care of ourselves. Security is not the responsibility of government, it's all our responsibility as we move forward. But thank you very much for being a very good audience, and thanks to our panelists for their insightful expose on what we had here. The organizers want to make an announcement before we adjourn.
Thank you very much. I think they deserve another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, colleagues. There's just few announcements that we need to make. The first one relates to the gala dinner that was appearing on your programs. Unfortunately, due to other situations, we are unable to have a gala dinner, and we apologize profusely for that. Then the second announcement relates to tomorrow. We are requesting colleagues to be here timeously, please. If we can be here around 8:45 so that we can start exactly at 9 o'clock. We realize that today we were running a bit late, so let's try tomorrow because it's the last day of the conference. Please, colleagues, we ask for your indulgence in that regard. Then the last announcements relate to those that are booked in the hotels. Because tomorrow is the last day, please check out your luggage when you come to the conference venue. We'll make arrangements to put your luggage in a safer place here so that we don't have to incur unnecessary costs at the hotel. Those are the 3 announcements that we wanted to make to colleagues. Thank you very much for your attendance. I'll hand over to them. Thank you.